Once, the stars lived and died at our command. We were masters of space, time, and every other dimension. Our dominance was undisputed, but that all changed. Our ancestors succumbed to the weakness that lies in every one of us still, and in doing so, all but doomed our race. Now, as the darkness and fire of the Ranadandra draws nigh, we must fight with greater ferocity, skill, and foresight than ever before. Upon our shoulders, our ancestors have placed a great burden indeed. But bear it we must, if we are to survive the tempests. Every Eldari must answer the call. Asuryani of the craft worlds, Harlequin players of the laughing god, the growing death cult of the Inari, and the raiders and pirates upon the path of the outcast. With the gifts of our seers and the intelligence of our rangers, we must look to battles of the future. We must strike with the power of Kurnos' arrows, precisely where and when needed. We must let ourselves embrace the searing fury of Cain to shatter our foes. We must acknowledge that death, as never before, is a part of life, and may indeed even be our only path to survival. Finally, we must laugh at this bitter irony in the manner of Sigarak, lest we fall deep into despair. The Eldari. Once, the Eldari ruled the galaxy, and the long winding tale of their history reaches deeper into the past than even that time of might and splendor. The Eldari that dwell in the galaxy today are but fragments of that glorious former empire, and every one of them must accept the reality that its collapse was their own doing. The Eldari are largely a nomadic race, sailing the void aboard fleets of warships or upon massive vessels known as craft worlds. Others of their kind are based in the Webway, a labyrinthian series of pathways that exists between the material realm and the warp, part of both, but wholly in neither. Compared to many other races in the galaxy, the Eldari are vanishingly few in number. They are a dying race, set on a slow course to annihilation by the hubris of their ancestors many thousands of years ago. Once, the mere dreams of the Eldari overturned worlds and quenched suns. At their empire's height, the homeworlds of the Eldari were glittering paradises. Their powers were godlike, and their armies were nigh on undefeatable. This bred arrogance among many of the Eldari, which in turn led to cataclysm. A foresighted few warned of the impending doom and fled, but they were ignored by almost all of their kind. Though their long history has always been one of glories and sorrows, it is now the latter that dominate. Hope is a rare commodity among the peoples of the Eldari now. Some even see it as dangerous, for a hope that becomes false will hurt them more than a grim acceptance of a drawn-out doom. To fully understand the Eldari's plunge from zenith to nadir, one must first understand them as a species. Physically, Eldari resemble humans, but this comparison is one-dimensional to the point of uselessness. In their minds, physiology, and souls, they are truly alien. Eldari are taller than baseline humans, with longer, cleaner limbs. They have handsome, striking, and well-defined features, with skin as pale and unblemished as polished marble. For all the lightness of their appearance, they harbor a surprisingly supple strength. Their keen ears are pointed, and their slanted eyes possess a penetrating quality more like that of a hunting feline than a human being. All 5 of their senses are more finely honed, and as a result, they can experience ecstasies through music, food, perfumes, physical beauty, and touch that humans could never understand. Conversely, they can feel a level of revulsion in their experiences beyond that of many other races. This often lends them a haughty and pretentious manner, or at the very least, the appearance of it. One of the most fundamental and visible differences between an Eldari and a human is how they move. The Eldari radiate elegance and poise, and every move they make is laden with subtle intent. Indeed, gestures are as significant as spoken words in Eldari communication and etiquette. On the battlefield, they handle their weaponry with phenomenal grace and skill, and can turn a leisurely swing of the sword into a pinpoint, armor-piercing thrust in an instant. An Eldari's heart beats at twice the speed of a human's, and their minds race through processes, possibilities, and emotions so quickly and intensely that even the dullest of Eldari would be a once-in-a-century genius to mankind. Their organs and immune systems operate at a much higher level of efficiency, and aging does not render them frail or senile. Provided they survive the many horrors of the galaxy, Eldari can live for millennia. And thanks to their hyperactive physiology and neurology, enjoy lives rich in sensation and wonder without threat of illness or disease. In addition to these myriad physical superiorities, all Eldari are psychic to an extent. It is said that the ancient Eldari could read thoughts with a glance, and that those training for war could crush a weapon with but a narrowing of the eyes. Such is the race's psychic potency that much of their technology is based upon psychic engineering, with matter being manipulated into the required forms using mental energies alone. They create force-powered melee weapons that can only be activated by the psychic signature of their intended wielder, and ranged weapons that are triggered by psychic impulse rather than physical action. All of these great advantages come at a price. Though the exhilaration of battle, the intellectual rewards of study, and the rush of physical pursuits can inspire transcendent bliss for the Eldari, failure in an endeavor can cause them to experience soul-racking sorrow, doubt, and despair that would shatter the mind of a human. This deep contrast leads the Eldari to produce works of art, music, theater, literature, and poetry that are breathtaking in their beauty, but also in their darkness. This darkness, which lies in the soul of every Eldari, has the power to consume them should they let it. The scale of the pleasure that the Eldari can feel in so many different ways is a temptation that forever gnaws at each of them. To fully surrender to these desires is to invite destruction. The Eldari who did so millennia ago, seeking out ever deeper depravities, brought about the fall. The fall of the Eldari. The perfection of the Eldari was blighted by their pride. They saw their preeminence as being beyond all doubt, and believed the dominance they had secured over the galaxy was theirs by right. Nothing had posed a threat to the Eldari's existence since their time immemorial, and they believed they had nothing left to fear in the universe. They were fatally incorrect. At the peak of the Eldari's ancient power, nothing was beyond their reach, and no form of exploration or experimentation was forbidden. They asked only if they could, rather than if they should, and their confidence was total. They plied the stars at will, and immersed themselves in every wonder and sensation they could find. They created entire worlds dedicated to their pleasures. Such was their dominance that even stars lived and died at their whim. On thousands of paradisical worlds, the Eldari pursued their desires with no thought on their minds besides indulging their every wish, dream, and curiosity. By mastering the webway, their reach extended to the entire galaxy, and they learned much of the universe that has long been forgotten. Even when an Eldari died, after a millennia-long life, their spirits dissolved calmly back into the aether, for them later to be reborn, thanks to the care of their gods. The warp did not thirst for their souls then as it does today. There were still wars in this time, with young, upstart, inferior races. Most were incredibly short-lived, and the ease with which the Eldari crushed any opposition only reinforced their belief in their superiority. They knew in their hearts that they reigned supreme, and were convinced that nothing could topple them. The catalyst for the downfall of the Eldari came not from some alien invader, but from within their own collective psyche. their deep, insatiable need to fuel their passions and follow every wish to the extreme. With their society having long provided all the food and resources they needed, and far more besides, the Eldari could fill each waking moment of their long lives sating their every whim. Many totally surrendered to all their most hedonistic impulses, and exotic cults dedicated to countless kinds of sensual excess and esoteric knowledge sprang up across their domains. The older, nobler pursuits they cast aside as dull and overly restrictive. The Eldari found themselves always looking for more. They sought out every imaginable way to explore the full range of their emotions and senses. All was perilously decadent, to a level corrosive to their souls. The pleasure cults gained a hold over Eldari society, the acts of their members passing beyond the bounds of even extreme addiction. Millions were totally consumed by their darkest passions and fantasies, and Eldari culture slipped into anarchy. Some saw what was happening and fled, settling on remote worlds. These exodites reverted to more Puritan ways of life to stave off the spiritual decline the rest of their race was undergoing. Over time, the hideous lusts of the Eldari grew to such an extent that killers and depraved criminals began to stalk the shadows. Torture and murder became avaricious pursuits in their own right, and blood flowed in the streets. Hidden realms within the webway were turned over entirely to the pursuit of sadism and excess of every kind. Paradise worlds were twisted to the experiencing of the darkest sensations. Fearing impending danger, more Eldari fled. Many of them embarked upon the gigantic world vessels known as craft worlds. The exodites and craft worlders were few in number, and were openly scorned and ridiculed by those of their kin who continued in their lives of depravity. With the Eldari's ceaseless experience of emotional highs and lows, echoes of their agony and ecstasy rippled through the parallel dimension of the warp. Here, thoughts and emotions flow together until they form conscious entities of greater or lesser potency, depending on the intensity of the feelings that create them. Thus, the corruption of the decadent Eldari became manifest on a horrifying scale, as the deluge of their raw emotion coalesced into a nascent god that grew stronger all the time. Though they knew it not, the Eldari had created a sickening shadow of what they had become in real space, a manifestation of great nobility and pride, brought low by perversity and shamelessness. As the Eldari burned worlds and slew and laughed and feasted, the great enemy they had created stirred to wakefulness. It gorged on the dark fodder provided for it by the depravity of the Eldari's collective spirit, and became the most perverse and twisted creature ever to exist, the chaos god Slaanesh. To this day, the Eldari refuse to speak its name, instead calling it Sai Lan Thresh, which translates to she who thirsts. When Slaanesh burst into existence with a howl of raw power, every Eldari felt its talons tear at their soul. The god's birth caused a psychic implosion that tore at the fabric of the universe. The heart of the old Eldari Empire was ripped out of existence entirely, leaving a pulsing afterbirth of pure chaos behind it. The epicenter of this apocalypse was a roiling wound in real space that expanded to encapsulate a huge swathe of the former Eldari Empire. A tumultuous warp storm that came to be known as the Eye of Terror. Until the emergence of the Great Rift, which the Eldari call Dathidian, the Eye of Terror was the largest area in the galaxy where real space and the warp overlap. This event killed billions of Eldari, as well as countless other beings, leaving their lifeless husks for thousands of light years around. Some Exodites were not far enough away to escape, and those craft worlds that had yet to cover enough distance were also destroyed. Slaanesh consumed the spirits of the fallen Eldari as they were ripped from their bodies. As she who thirsts inhaled these souls, it became more intoxicated. It wanted more. It wanted all of them. The Eldari had created their own nemesis, a chaos god that had developed an insatiable taste for their souls. Now, when they died, their spirits faced eternal torment, for Slaanesh relished in toying with its prey, and it would never rest until it had glutted its appetite in full. From this point onwards, the few surviving Eldari knew that they were doomed. Their race became fragmented into numerous untrusting factions. The focused of most became mere survival in a galaxy where they had become the choice quarry of malevolent terrors, or obstacles to other races that had ascended in the power vacuum the Eldari had left behind. The galaxy now teems with countless other races, while the legions of the dark gods spill from the Great Rift. Yet, despite all these dangers, the Eldari are determined that they will never be cowed by them. Craft worlds. Craft worlds are marvels of grace and beauty. Colossal wraith-bone vessels, they sparkle like scattered jewels upon a pall of velvet as they drift in isolation in the vastness of the void. Distant from planets or the warmth of stars, their many domes gaze into the darkness of empty space, while their inner lights glisten like phosphorus through semi-transparent surfaces. Inhabited by those known as the Asuryani, the craft worlds are continent-sized interstellar fortresses, each one representing a small preserved fragment of Eldari civilization. The Asuryani see themselves as the guardians of their people's identity and strive to preserve even an echo of their race's past greatness without falling into the same pits of depravity that undid their ancestors. Considering themselves to be the true children of Asuryan, oldest and greatest of the ancient Eldari gods, the Asuryani pass their knowledge down through the generations with song, dance, and the recital of myths and parables. All craft worlds are self-sufficient, independent realms with their own culture, history, and traditions. Each maintains aspect warrior shrines in which the most proficient and deadly fighters of the Asuryani train. They also harbor armadas of gravcraft, hosts of spirit-driven constructs, and fleets of sleek warships. All await the day when the craft world must go to war. So few are the craft worlders that every citizen must be prepared for battle. Even the Asuryani citizenry hone their martial skill to fight as guardians if the need arises. These warriors serve as grav tank, war walker, and jet bike pilots, as well as infantry. Mounted like a stolen sun astern of every craft world is a shimmering webway gate. This portal allows the Asuryani to send their armies immeasurable distances across the stars. Even though craft worlds themselves avoid warp travel at almost all costs because of the danger it presents. Thus, the location of a craft world is little hindrance to its force's mobility, as it remains forever connected to the galaxy, even when hidden deep within the void. The Webway Gate is not a craft world's only mystical site, however. In the great halls of forging, bone singers and smiths of Vol use uncanny powers to craft beautiful, deadly weapons. Meanwhile, in each craft world's dome of crystal seers can be found a forest of glittering figures, each a mighty Eldari psyker in life and a crystalline statue in death. The most mystical of all structures on a craft world is its infinity circuit, a psychic power grid that runs through its wraithbone core, without which the world vessel could not function. Upon the death of their host bodies, Eldari souls are vulnerable to the predations of Slaanesh, and their primary means of sanctuary from this doom are spirit stones. These begin as waystones, precious psychoreactive crystals worn by living Asuryani that capture their wearer's soul at the moment of death. At this point, the waystone becomes a spirit stone and is then retrieved from the body of its wearer so that the essence within can be released into the infinity circuit. From here, the spirits of the fallen can still be engaged with by their kin. and so live on as ghostly echoes, safe from the horrors of the warp, in a twilight existence that allows them to watch over the living. Craftworld war hosts, guided by their farseers and autarchs, the Asuryani of a Craftworld's war host turn their minds to war with a single purpose, their individual strengths cohering into a single shimmering blade, hardened, focused, and brilliant. With frightening ease, they carve through their enemies with awe-inspiring grace, blistering speed, masterful skill, and merciless efficiency. The autarchs are the Asuryani's strategic war leaders, and they tread the path of command. They are generals who have followed multiple aspects of the path of the warrior, a long and dangerous task, as well as spending time serving in their Craftworld's guardian militia. Autarchs frequently carry pieces of ritual war gear from the aspects they have studied with, which they receive in a ceremony called the Ran Lona, or the Covenant of War Gift. For example, an autarch may wear a banshee mask from the Howling Banshees, wield a heavy chainsword from the Striking Scorpions, and mount upon their back a warp jump generator from the Warp Spiders. On the long journey through the aspect shrines that these items reflect, the autarch gains a vast array of battlefield experiences that give them a deep understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of their war hosts. Each is a military mastermind, able to orchestrate their armies as a great maestro conducts a grand symphony. If one could say that the autarch is the Asuryani who wields a Craftworld's war host as a blade, then the Farseer could be said to be the guiding mind of the swordsman. Farseer's knowledge of arcane runes and the scrying of the threads of fate help inform where and when their Craftworld's hosts take to the field. Their prodigious psychic abilities also lend valuable battlefield support to the Craftworld's warriors, maximizing their natural skills and power. Asuryani armies have many unique components, just as there are many stages to crafting the perfect blade and countless ways to fight a duel. These elements all have immense value in their own right to the commanders of a war host. Regardless of the nature of a foe, the Asuryani have troops with skills suited to annihilating them. Yet, these components are at their most effective when they work in perfect concert, forming a well-honed machine much more powerful than its constituent parts. The heavy fire of Dark Reapers provides cover for infiltrating Striking Scorpions. Rangers snipe enemy officers just as they are about to warn allies of Wave Serpent transports delivering tank-hunting fire dragons into the heart of an armored column. Swooping hawks soar over the battlefield, pinning in place those who would dare to outflank the Asuryani lines, buying time for warp spiders to materialize amidst the flankers and wipe them out. The Asuryani's ultimate goal in battle is to suffer no losses at all, for their numbers are few. The time between their generations is long, and their foes are many. They cannot afford to throw lives away needlessly. If they are to suffer deaths, then they should be losses that could not have been avoided to achieve victory, and should only be endured at great cost to the enemy. Guardian hosts. So few are the Asuryani that all are forced to train for war, in case they are needed to defend their craft world. A craft world's guardians are a militia whose purpose is to support the aspect warriors in war. In times of peace, they follow artistic and civil paths, but when called upon, they don their war masks and take to the field as infantry, artillery gunners, or vehicle crews. Guardians are well-trained and well-equipped troops who serve most craft worlds as a defense force. Such is their intelligence and physical capabilities, and the high standard of Eldari weapons technology, that Guardians are easily as capable as professional soldiers of the lesser races. Though mobilized primarily in times of war, the more paranoid craft worlds, or those in more dangerous regions of space, keep a portion of their militia active at all times, periodically rotating those on duty. On some craft worlds, Guardians are the most common of all their troops, comfortably outnumbering the rarer aspect warriors. Most Guardians serve as infantry in defender or storm squads. Those known as defenders typically go to war equipped with shuriken catapults, which, when fired, unleash a hail of monomolecular shuriken discs that can shred foes and pierce the heaviest armor. Fusillades of this razor-sharp ammunition are known to the Eldari as blade storms. Where defenders fight at range, storm squads fight at close quarters, and are armed with combat weapons or specialist close-ranged firearms such as flamers and fusion guns. Guardians also crew their craft world's Vol-Wrath weapon platforms, capable of mounting a range of devastating and esoteric guns. These anti-grav artillery pieces provide invaluable supporting fire. Some crews are so skilled that they secrete their weapons in hidden locations and fire them using psionic scanners rather than direct targeting matrices. Guardians crew the vast majority of the war machines of the Asuryani, which serve in armored fire support, reconnaissance, and transportation roles. Many of these vehicles are capable of such speeds and feats of maneuver that only Eldari have the reaction times to pilot them. War walkers operate forward or upon the flank of Asuryani armies, their guardian pilots navigating harsh terrain with ease thanks to their vehicles' long legs. Armed with a pair of heavy weapons, war walkers are as hard-hitting as mini battle tanks, and their advanced support systems aid them in selecting priority targets to pin in place or destroy. Once their forward mission is complete, they join the main battle, adding their formidable firepower to that of the main host. The Asuryani call these strikes the sting of grief. Referred to by the Asuryani as engines of Vol, the grav tanks crewed by Guardians include the Falcon, Night Spinner, Fire Prism, and Wave Serpent. All of these vehicles are triumphs of Wraithbone psycho-engineering that combine ethereal grace with terrible lethality. Powered by anti-gravitic technology vastly more sophisticated than that used by almost any other race in the galaxy, they can perform incredible acrobatics and violent swerves even while moving at high speed, and are capable of true flight for a short time. The Asuryani Path. As protection against the lure of excess, and to guard against any recurrence of the fall, the people of the craft worlds adhere to a set of strictures known as the Path. Through the rigid emotional discipline of the Path, they master their inclination towards sensation-seeking, instead focusing their prodigious intellects and energies upon the pursuit of one specific goal at a time. Even millennia after the fall, the Path is still needed, for at their core, the Eldari of the 41st millennium are little different from those who lived at the time of their race's collapse. Still prone to emotional extremes, the Asuryani greatly fear what would happen if such things were indulged. As a result, adult Asuryani devote themselves to the mastery of one discipline to the exclusion of all others. Each discipline is a path, and each might necessitate further choices and specializations. In doing this, they are able to harness a degree of emotional and intellectual intensity, their chosen path serving as a valve that allows a measure of experiential release while preventing such feelings from growing too strong. The concentration of efforts required on any path encompasses every element of the devotee's life, though once an Asuryani has walked a path long enough, they can choose another. Each provides experiences that nourish the Eldari's soul and aid them on future paths they might follow. There are countless disciplines to choose from, including music, poetry, literature, dance, agriculture, sciences, and all manner of artisanship, as well as those dedicated to mastering martial or psychic puissance. Each offers a complete way of life, and no Asuryani faces disrespect for choosing a less esoteric or arduous path, for all contribute to the craft world's culture and survival in a different way. Though safer than a life with no emotional restraint, following the path is not without dangers of its own. The Eldari mind is capable of a vast depth of feeling and understanding, far beyond mere human obsession, and can therefore fall prey to the many traps that await the unwary. An Asuryani can become so focused upon one aspect of their chosen discipline that they can no longer choose another. They become bound by the chains of their own compulsion and are said to be lost on the path. To the Asuryani, mental entrapment of this kind is a real and horrifying thing that can affect any one of them, regardless of the path they follow or their level of training. Aspect warriors who lose themselves on the path of the warrior become exarchs, individuals no longer able to disassociate from their killer selves. High priests of the war god Cain, exarchs are keepers of the bloody-handed god's shrines and the teachers of his creed, and their abilities are far more developed than even those of the finely honed aspect warriors. Their lives are utterly dedicated to their aspect's particular way of war, and the teaching, training, and ceremony that go with it. Upon initiation, an exarch will don an elaborate version of aspect warrior armor, studded with waystones that contain the souls of their shrine's previous exarchs. The wearer will assume the sacred name associated with this armor, and their own spirit mingles with those of the departed. So empowered, the exarch can draw upon the skill, wisdom, and emotions of their predecessors, and any remaining sense of themselves as a distinct being is lost amidst the susurration of the dead. It is a process that can never be reversed, and all who undergo it are held in both fear and awe by their kin. The Phoenix Lords were the very first of the exarchs. Each founded one of the warrior shrines of the Asuryani, and is the embodiment of an aspect of Cain. Osurman was the first of their number, and the tutor of all the other Phoenix Lords to follow him. They are immortal after a fashion, for when a Phoenix Lord is slain, another Eldari inherits their panoply of war and assumes their identity. Each Phoenix Lord's armor contains a spirit stone that holds a fragment of all those that have come before. Yet no matter how many individuals are incorporated, a Phoenix Lord's essence is forever the same. Their mind driven by the personality of the first incarnation. Over the millennia, each of the Phoenix Lords has disappeared for centuries or longer, before suddenly reappearing in times of great need. Yet, since the coming of the Great Rift, all the Phoenix Lords have manifested, including several times when they all fought at the same battle. This exceptional event is known as the Gathering of Fire, or Conflux of Battle. The Asuryani can only speculate as to why these manifestations have occurred, though most believe they portend only great hardship and loss. Path of the Outcast. The constraints imposed by a craft world life are such that some Asuryani cannot bear them and elect to leave the path entirely. This is a perilous choice, for lone Eldari are vulnerable to the predations of demons. Many leave their craft worlds to follow the path of the outcast, choosing the level of disassociation they wish to have with their former homes. Of these, the majority return to their craft world at some point or another, bringing back alien treasures and tales of distant worlds. Some serve their craft world as rangers and shroud runners. In these roles, they seek out threats, investigate alien planets, search for lost webway gates, explore new-found maiden worlds, and hunt down those who would harm the craft worlds. Sometimes, those who follow this path will also be sent to recover lost artifacts, or retrieve the spirit stone from the corpse of a fallen warrior. Path of the Warrior. Most Asuryani follow the call to war voluntarily at some point in their lives. This path has many branches, known as warrior aspects, each reflecting a facet of the god Cain. These aspects have their own unique fighting techniques, weapons, battle garb, iconography, and battlefield roles. Though certain shrines are unique to specific craft worlds, most aspects are served by at least one shrine on each of the Asuryani's void ships. Some are even represented by scores of shrines on the same craft world. Aspect warriors hone their minds and bodies to perfection in their chosen shrines, and fight with all the skills of a virtuoso. In battle, warriors of different aspects weave their incredible abilities into a symphony of destruction greater than the sum of its parts, enabling them to overcome much more numerous foes with ease. Path of the Seer. Known as the Witch Path, the Path of the Seer is the most dangerous and convoluted journey of all, for all psychers are intimately connected to the warp. Those seers who progress too far along this path become far seers, and to them, leadership of a craft world falls, despite the Asuryani's fear of those trapped on a path. None can deny the far seer's unparalleled might, wisdom, and foresight, for it is these gifts that allow them to guide the fate of their people and craft world. Such responsibility is a heavy burden to bear, and one that many Asuryani would likely put aside if they had the chance. One side effect of the Farseer's metaphysical obsessions sees their physical forms eventually turn into delicate psychocrystal. When this transformation is almost complete, the Sin-Sent Farseer makes a journey to their craft world's dome of crystal seers. joining their predecessors as an inert statue linked to the infinity circuit forever. Inhabited by those known as the Asuryani, the craft worlds are continent-sized interstellar fortresses, each one representing a small, preserved fragment of Eldari civilization. All craft worlds are self-sufficient, independent realms with their own culture, histories, and traditions. They are marvels of grace and beauty. Colossal wraith-bone vessels, they sparkle like scattered jewels upon a pall of velvet as they drift in isolation in the vastness of the void. Distant from planets or the warmth of stars, their many domes gaze into the darkness of empty space, while their inner lights glisten like phosphorus through semi-transparent surfaces. Ulthwé, one of the most populous craft worlds to escape the fall, Ulthwé is home to many extremely powerful psykers. For 10,000 years, they have kept an endless vigil over the Eye of Terror. Of all the surviving craft worlds, Ulthwé has remained closest to that seething warp rift, which serves as an inescapable reminder of their race's downfall. This memory drives them to fight hard against chaos, not just for themselves, but for their entire species and the galaxy as a whole. Perhaps due to the close proximity Ulthwé has maintained with the Eye of Terror for millennia, more of its citizens follow the path of the seer than those of other craft worlds. Not only do they find their latent psychic gifts easier to tap into, but those on the witch path also discover that their abilities are typically greater than those of their counterparts on other craft worlds. In light of their closeness to the Eye of Terror and the apparent power it gives them, some Asuryani call the people of Ulthwé the Damned. Those of Ulthwé know the truth. Without the power of the warp they manipulate, their race would have suffered many more calamities than they actually did over the past 10,000 years. The Seer Council of Ulthwé constantly seeks to change the course of history in favor of the Eldari. Every action it takes is carefully considered to ensure the best outcome for the craft world, maximize damage to the enemy, and minimize casualties. Using the power of the Immaterium, they cast their runes and gaze into the future, foreseeing events with even greater precision than others of their kind. The insights they glean dictate exactly where and when the warriors of Ulthwé should strike at the foe. At any one time, Ulthwé may have hundreds of strike forces deployed, each one attacking with serpentine swiftness through hidden webway portals. Many of the battles they fight seem disconnected. To ignorant observers, some conflicts even appear to work against the craft world, or to nullify the achievements of other wars. Yet, the seers work with a more long-term perspective than many could understand. Ultimately, the Olthwe Asuryani act to preserve their own race. If killing 1,000,000 humans would save a single Eldari life, they would order the slaughter gladly. On occasion, the enemy's numbers will be too great for the craft world to defeat, or the expected casualties of a battle will be intolerably high. In such circumstances, the Seer Council is more than prepared to manipulate lesser races to their advantage, and will readily trick them into unwittingly fighting and dying on behalf of the Eldari. With more citizens following the path of the Seer on Craftworld Olthwe, there are fewer to take up the path of the warrior, resulting in a lesser number of Olthwe aspect warriors available for war. To make up the shortfall of fighting troops, the craft world utilizes guardians in a different way. Rather than being a militia mobilized in times of need, the Black Guardians of Olthwe are a professional fighting force. Few races understand the dangers of chaos like the Eldari, and the Seers of Olthwe see the Imperium of Man following their own ancestors' footsteps into apocalyptic decline. This causes them to despair, though they care little about the destruction of mankind. They fear that the roaring fires of such an event would consume the Eldari also, and allow the forces of chaos and other Xenos races to take advantage of that power vacuum. The Seers of Olthwe believe the Great Rift to be the latest and most drastic step towards the ultimate annihilation of the galaxy. Though not a people to ignore such dangers, those of Olthwe are beset with a civil strife that has hampered their ability to respond. This stems from the division of Olthwe's people into 3 main factions. The first and largest of these still follows the Seer Council, which now dispatches strike forces along the length of the Great Rift to stymie the arch-enemy. The second group, known as the Exiles, follow Eldrad Olthrin, the former High Farseer, cast out for his involvement with the growing cult of Yanid, god of the dead. The third and final group are the Ynnari, those of Craftworld Olthwe, who now follow Yanid themselves. While all 3 of these factions often fight side by side, the skeins of fate are so twisted that they have also found cause to come to blows on occasion. The World Rune the people of Olthwe take as their symbol represents the sorrow of Isha, the fertility goddess from whom the Eldari believe they are descended. It is said that she wept bitterly when Asuryan, king of the gods, ordered her separation from her mortal children. Vol forged her tears into glittering spirit stones that her grief might not be in vain. Today, the warriors of Olthwe bear this sigil as a poignant reminder of the link with godhood they lost long ago. Like this world rune, the name of Craftworld Ulthwé is itself derived from Eldari mythology, being a contraction of Ulthanash Shalwe, the Song of Ulthanash. This ancient ballad also includes the Lay of Eldanish, whose subject is the most revered of all Eldari heroes. Aeldar. The Asurnyani of Craftworld Aeldar keep a watchful eye on distant events thanks to their extensive network of agents and outcasts. The reach of their influence is great indeed, and Aeldar warriors are able to strike far afield from the Craftworld itself. Aeldar subterfuge extends to the battlefield, where its hosts fight with stealth and misdirection. For them, a victory won with guile is greater than one secured with brute force. The Aeldar are puritanical adherents to the path, to the extent that even other Asurnyani consider them extremists. While their acute concentration and strict shunning of outside influences shields them greatly from their own weaknesses and from She Who Thirsts, such rigid self-control is impossible to maintain for some of their number. Consequently, the proportion of Aeldar adherents who become trapped upon their chosen path is higher than that of most other craft worlds. Many others abandon the path entirely, preferring instead to indulge their repressed desires far from the domes and spires of Aeldar. Although many of those who leave Aeldar are disenchanted with its ideals, the majority remain loyal to their craft world. They understand why there is such insistence on following the rigors of the path, even if it is a standard they felt they could not or did not want to meet. Wherever they go, these Asurnyani are willing to undertake dangerous missions for their craft world. Aeldar has agents within Kamara, the dark city of the Drukhari, aboard other craft worlds, on human capital worlds, in rogue trader fleets, and among corsair warbands throughout the galaxy. Some of those who join the corsairs become fleet masters in their own right, and are willing to bring their ships to Aeldar's aid if needed. Many other scattered scions of Aeldar become rangers, some of whom lose themselves to the path of the outcasts in the same manner as exarchs upon the path of the warrior. Known as pathfinders, these outcasts are preternaturally skilled in the arts of concealment and infiltration. They become near invisible assassins, felling foes with pinpoint shots from great distances. The Rangers of Aeldar have become synonymous with their craft world, and it is from these nomadic individuals that the Imperium has gleaned much of its knowledge of the Eldari. More Aeldar Asurnyani wander the stars than those of almost any other craft world, placing them at a naturally greater risk of being captured by humans. The information these unfortunate individuals have revealed to mankind is not freely given. Instead, it is extracted from them through excruciation at the hands of the Inquisition. This is something Craftworld Aeldar has not taken kindly to, and its people have waged an endless war of retribution against the Imperium. The Aeldar Osurnyani use their network of agents and the scryings of their seers to assemble a picture of the galaxy's political and military events almost unequaled in its detail. They have learned of the growing Tyranid threat in the Octarius sector, the Death Guard's infection of the Caradon sector, and the potential doom facing the Levanir archipelago. Aeldar Rangers have also disrupted orc migrations drawn to the magnetic pool of Gazkul Thraka. Such awareness enables Aeldar war hosts to stay multiple steps ahead of their enemies. Weaving vital scouting information with the insights of their farseers, they gain an incredibly detailed understanding of a war zone before they commit to the battle. To further improve their position, they deploy rangers, pathfinders, shroud runners, and similar troops to wreak havoc among the enemy while remaining unseen. These warriors feint from multiple directions to cause confusion, picking off commanders to make it harder for the foe to respond effectively. Only once the enemy is terrified, exhausted, and in total disarray do the Craftworld's aspect warriors and war engines attack, driving the assault home with the cold discipline characteristic of their Craftworld. Rangers then move in to support their kin, striking down more foes with their long rifles, precision weapons accurate enough to pick out the weakest points in a target's armor from extreme distances. Few enemies can handle this combined assault, as those who escape Aeldar aspect warriors are ruthlessly pursued by the Craftworld's wrathful rangers. Aeldar greatest enemies are the Necrons, the Craftworld's long-feared prophecies of a threat awakening after thousands of years have now been proven true. As a result, they are using the fragments of a once great crystalline map that marked all of the galaxy's tomb worlds, in conjunction with intelligence gathered from allies, to orchestrate the war against the Necron menace. Aeldar warriors launch preemptive strikes against this ancient foe, often alongside Harlequins of the Mask of the Dreaming Shadow. One of their greatest successes has been the elimination of the entire Hrek dynasty on the very day of its ascension. Those of Aeldar greatly fear the danger posed by the Pariah Nexus, the Blackstone array constructed by the Necrons that suppresses the warp to such an extent that those within it are reduced to soulless husks. Some Eldari call it the Sea of Dead Stars. They were first warned of this by the Craftworld's foremost visionary, Laku Shai, who composed the prophecy of Risen Doom. Aeldar Craftworlders have yet to become involved in the civil discord that has challenged their species following the emergence of the Ynnari. Whereas other craft worlds have been split between those wishing to side with that growing cult and those who see it as misguided and dangerous. The Star Striders' strong sense of loyalty has kept them more close-knit. So too has their ability to resist the distraction of outside influences that might lure them from the rigors of the path. Bieltan. The Asuryani of Bieltan are the most militant of their kind. Though their home has been shattered, their numbers depleted, and their thoughts consumed by bitterness, they still believe they can restore the Eldari race to its former glory. Thus, they continue their campaign of xenocide against the galaxy's lesser races. In their quest to restore the Eldari as the dominant species of the galaxy, a greater proportion of Bieltan's people are on the path of the warrior than the Asuryani of other craft worlds, and many of these become exarchs. Those of Bieltan know full well that a new empire will only be forged in the crucible of battle, tempered in strife and quenched in blood. Among the craft world's ruling authorities is the Court of the Young King, a body of exarchs who have all in their time held its titular role. The Young King is a year-long position fulfilled by an aspect warrior who, if required, will be sacrificed to rouse the avatar of Cain. In the presence of the avatar, the rage of Bieltan's warriors is heightened, and having already abandoned such concepts as tolerance and mercy in their quest to restore their race, they are driven to acts of bloody slaughter that exceed even the bloodbaths they normally inflict. The warriors of Bieltan are known as the Ba-Zakain, meaning the sword wind. Other translations include tempest of blades or frozen leaves falling to cut, depending on the inflection. These forces strike surely and swiftly, relying on a sudden and devastating assault, as well as the martial prowess of the aspect warriors to win the day. The Asuryani of Bieltan see maiden worlds and exodite worlds as links to their race's glorious past, as well as vital future staging posts for when the time comes to reclaim rulership of the galaxy. Once barren, these planets were seeded many years before the fall, so that each is now a lush paradise. Bieltan war hosts respond to alien incursions upon these worlds with particular ferocity. They especially detest orcs, whose invasive, destructive, and prolific nature poses an enormous risk to the maiden worlds. Countless unsuspecting explorers from numerous races have also discovered these beautiful planets, only to be slaughtered within days or even hours of arriving. It was while defending a maiden world that Bieltan found itself facing disaster. On the planet Ursulia, the Swordwind was battling a Slaaneshi force led by the demon known as the Mask. Through deceit and cunning, the Mask broke the wards on a long-sealed webway gate and led her diabolical followers into Bieltan itself. Once within the craft world, the Mask succeeded in breaching and contaminating its infinity circuit. It was only through the timely intervention of Yvraine and her Ynnari followers that the demonic hosts was defeated. The emissary of Ynid used the death of Bieltan's infinity circuit to create the Incarnate, the avatar of Ynid, though it took the sacrifice of many Asuryani souls for the creature to be formed. This event caused a psychic shockwave that damaged the structural integrity of the entire craft world. Despite the Eldari's eventual victory, Bieltan was shattered by the effects of both the demonic invasion and Yvraine's drastic action. Entire segments of the craft world were left blackened, rotted, or barren, and many of its solar sails were shredded. Originally an Ark of Salvation constructed from multiple Eldari ships, Bieltan's fracturing saw these constituent parts fall from its wraithbone skeleton like petals from a frozen flower. A significant proportion of the craftworld's population now lives upon this ancient fleet of void ships, while bone singers work tirelessly to prevent the world ship from falling apart entirely. Bieltan's ghost halls swell with newly animated wraithbone constructs that bear the souls the infinity circuit can no longer protect. Though half of Bieltan's people have been killed in battle or have departed to join the Ynnari, those who remain are as convinced as ever that the Eldari Empire can be remade, and that the Swordwind will be the deliverer of their race's salvation and renewed dominance. For Bieltan, winter has fallen, but the people of this craft world remain stubbornly convinced that spring will return. Its world rune stands for reincarnation, and its name loosely translates as rebirth of ancient days. With the shattering of Bieltan helping to give rise to the Ynnari, also known as the Reborn, many Eldari now wonder if perhaps the craft world's fracture and Ynid's potential awakening represented the true meaning of the rune all along. Iyanden, one of the greatest craft worlds, Iyanden is now a place of ghosts and unsettled spirits as much as an abode of the living. Great disaster has befallen this world vessel, yet its people do not give in to despair. Instead, they call ever more of their fallen back into their craft world's fight for survival. There was a time when the great wraithbone spires and domes of Iyanden were home to billions of Asuryani. For millennia, they worked with craft world Bealton, purging threats from the eastern reaches of the galaxy while their cousins fought in the west. The two craft worlds shared the goal of building a new Eldari empire, as well as defeating chaos. Though this alliance eventually frayed, Eondin remained a great power. Then came the Tyranids. Eondin had prevailed against the Tyranids before, those of Hive Fleet Naga, and this victory bred an overconfidence that led them to underestimate the danger posed by Hive Fleet Kraken. When this new threat assailed their craft world, millions of Osurnyani were slain. It was only the timely arrival of the outcast Prince Yrel and his eldritch raiders that saved Eondin from total annihilation. Though victory was won, so much damage was inflicted that the craft world could never fully recover. Its population was reduced to a fraction of its former strength. The world vessel itself was on the verge of collapse, adrift upon solar tides. The losses suffered by the Osurnyani of Eondin have led them to rely heavily on the Wraithbone constructs that now form the foundation of their armies. Indeed, these almost always outnumber the craft world's living warriors. Though these creations are formidably tough and wield powerful weapons, their deployment comes at a great mortal price. Wraith constructs are inhabited by the souls of Eondin's dead. If these ghost warriors were not required for their craft world's ongoing battle for survival, the seers of Eondin would leave their spirits to rest in the Infinity Circuit. Instead, they resurrect the souls to fight again and again. The process by which this is achieved is seen by many Osurnyani as a kind of necromancy. The soul must be summoned from the Infinity Circuit and housed in a spirit stone, which is then interred within the wraithbone shell of a construct. Should the ghost warrior be destroyed, the Osurnyani will strive to recover the spirit stone, and either place it within another shell or return it to the Infinity Circuit. There is a great danger in this endeavor, however. In battle, the spirit stone may be destroyed, and the soul within consumed by she who thirsts. Alternatively, the stone may become lost beyond recovery, becoming helpless prey to the elements and denizens of some distant planet. For those wraith constructs and spirit stones that do survive battle's end, an eternal cycle of war lies ahead. For the galaxy is a dangerous place, and Eondin is vulnerable indeed. Eondin's wraith constructs are guided by the spirit seers. These strange psychers bridge the gap between the real world of the living and the spirit world of the dead, providing clarity and focus for the ghost warriors. In doing so, They experience the deep sorrow of the fallen and are forced to relive the great tragedies of the past over and over. Since Highfleet Kraken's invasion, many of Eondin's dead no longer sleep. Wraith hosts are kept active at all times, maintaining a constant vigil over the living as they hold ready to respond swiftly to threats faced by the craft world. Such is the calamity that has befallen Eondin that for its people, even death is no release from the pain of life. The Wraith warriors have proven to be much needed, for fate has seen to it that their craft world has faced many more dangers since Highfleet Kraken's invasion. Eondin's hosts have fended off Imperial fleets, Orc assaults, Necrons of the Sawtech dynasty, further Tyrannid terrors, and no fewer than 3 demonic incursions since the opening of the Dath Dian. Of all the Asuryani, the people of Eondin feel the most sympathy with the Inari, not least the great Eondin spirit seer, Iana Arianal. On a deeper level, Eondin Asuryani have a powerful bond with the spirits of their fallen, one more profound than those of other craft worlds. If any would readily accept the Inari's message that only the dead can save the living, it is they. Asuryani is the oldest and greatest of the ancient Eldari deities. He is the father of the gods, the ancestor of all living things. The world rune of the Eondin craft world means light in the darkness, a reference to the ever-burning shrine that honors Asuryani, a flame of hope for Eondin's beleaguered people. Same Han. The jet bike riding kindreds of Same Han are renowned for their preference for fast, mobile warfare, striking as a serpent before falling back beyond the reach of retaliation. Theirs is a craft world of ancient tradition and a proud warrior culture. Almost all of Same Han's Asuryani, including their seers, belong to one of the craft world's hundreds of wild rider clans. Each clan is led by a wild rider chieftain, who takes the role of an autarch and forms their closest family and finest warriors into a group known as the Kinsmen. Outside of battle, this group acts as a chieftain's advisors and counselors. On the eve of conflict, they paint their faces with hot blood and prepare to fight together as brothers and sisters. In the same way, the warriors of jet bike and vehicle squadrons are blood relatives and tend to carry banners showing the clan's rune as well as family heraldry. Familial ties are all important to the Same Han, and they only cast these aside when they serve as aspect warriors. According to legend, Same Han was one of the very first craft worlds to escape the Eldari homeworlds before the fall. Of all the craft worlds, its culture is most similar to that of the Exodites. Many of its people even spend a portion of their lives living with those Eldari. The people of Samhan also observe many dangerous rites, a result of their relatively early separation from the old Eldari Empire. One such practice is Koltes, a high-velocity race against a clan elder to earn the right to ride a jet bike in battle. Samhan craftworlders also conduct much ritual combat, preferring it to the long debates used by other craft worlds to settle disputes, which they see as unnecessarily time-consuming. These ritualized duels make decisions that all Samhan Asuryani agree to, even those most fiercely opposed to the outcome. Though these cultural practices lead many Asuryani to call the Samhan barbarous, none can doubt their sense of honor. In preparation for war, many Samhan warriors make verbal agreements with their kin, which they seal by drinking from each other's slashed wrists. To break one of these vows is to become disgraced exiles. The Asuryani of Samhan are possessed of great pride in their culture and personal abilities. This serves them well, though in the past it has led them to unnecessary wars, including some with other craft worlds. The Wild Rider clans are free to choose to go to war or not when a cause arises. This is unlike other craft worlds, where any mass mobilization is typically ordered by the seers and autarchs. Some clans will go to war without the assistance or even the approval of the others, though due to their impetuous nature, other clans will often follow when one commits its forces. When cooperating in conflicts, Wild Rider clans each follow their own chieftains, but also form a loose alliance under the banner of the cosmic serpent, the craft world symbol. In Eldari myth, the serpent is the only creature believed to exist in both the material and the psychic universes at the same time. Hence, the serpent is said to know all secrets, past and present. Samhan means quest for enlightenment, as the Eldari word for snake and secret knowledge is identical to Sam. The Asuryani of Samhan emblazon their world rune on their banners, armor, and the cowlings of their vehicles. The savagery of Samhan warriors has earned the craft world a fierce reputation across the galaxy. Keen practitioners of the devastatingly rapid assault, the wild host fall upon their enemies in a blur of crimson attack craft, screaming war cries as they do so. Their sheer ferocity forces the enemy back, buying the Samhan Asuryani time to swing around and attack again. The kindreds excel at mimicking the strike of a serpent, accelerating from a standstill to a breathtaking speed before delivering a lethal blow. Wanderers of the stars. Across the galaxy, floating in the enveloping cosmic darkness, there can be found many dozens of craft worlds, each with its own history, heraldry, and philosophies of war. Some are small and reclusive, keeping themselves far from the eyes of even their own kin on other craft worlds. Others are large and comparatively populous, and have earned fame and notoriety in their own right. Altansar. When Slaanesh surged into existence, Altansar found itself on the cusp of the Eye of Terror. Despite fighting valiantly over a period of 500 agonizing years, the craft world was swallowed by the warp. Only the Phoenix Lord, Malgan Ra, appeared to have escaped. For millennia, Altansar was considered lost. However, as the eye opened wide at the end of the 41st millennia, Malgan Ra undertook a great odyssey that culminated in the rescue of his lost people. Since their reemergence, the people of Altansar have been distrusted by their kin and viewed with suspicion. Some whisper that they are tainted by their ordeal, while others say they entered a dread pact with Yanid. Perhaps the rumors are based in truth, for the voices of the Altansar craftworlders are but whispers, and their pale, deathly features are those of ones trapped in a shadowy half-life. The world rune of Altansar is the broken chain, once a reference to Kurnos and Isha's escape from the dungeons of Cain. This emblem has taken on a deeper meaning since Altansar's mysterious escape from the Eye of Terror. Yggdrasil. Structured around a largely matriarchal society, Yggdrasil includes more female warriors within its ranks than any other craft world. For millennia uncounted, the howling banshees have formed the vanguard of Yggdrasil's war hosts, falling upon their foes amidst a cacophony of paralyzing war cries. The legends of Yggdrasil tell of a pact their ancestors made with the goddess Morai Heg. 7 times 7 of Yggdrasil's warrior women became the crone's deathly handmaidens, so their sisters might enjoy especially long and fruitful lives, free of her cursing touch. The craft world has a disproportionately high female population to this day. In these dark times, the people of Yggdrasil are driven to hunt for crone worlds, for they hope to secure not only the Tears of Isha, but also ancient technologies and doomsday artifacts with which to tip the balance of fate. Yggdrasil's rune, Wisdom from Pain, represents the tale of the crone Morai Heg, who convinced Cain to sever her hand that she might sup the wisdom in her blood. Such are the sacrifices that must be made for enlightenment. Lugganoth. perceived as little better than piratical corsairs by other craft worlds, the Aeldari of Lugganath foster close ties with the Harlequins and have largely abandoned the material realm as a lost cause and seceded into the webway. Lugganath's warriors enter real space only to raid for what they need, striking with a rapidity and suddenness impressive even for the Eldari. Reports of corsair fleets operating out of Lugganath are common, notably the Sunblitz Brotherhood, whose vessels often fight alongside those of Lugganath's navy in times of war. Despite keeping such questionable company, Lugganath's people bear no love for their dark kindred, the Drukhari, and the two have clashed on numerous occasions, both within the webway and without. Lugganath's name means light of fallen suns. Their world rune, the Black Sun, is a reference to the lost glory of the original Eldari star systems. If a viewer were to look far enough into the void, it would be able to perceive the last light of those dead stars, as close to a metaphor for hope as the Eldari of Lugganath know. Ilkaith. In the endless war against the dark gods, the Aeldari of Ilkaith are a keen and vengeful blade, and will ally with Kamara and even the armies of mankind to see their goals achieved. Their impossible quest has doomed Ilkaith to generations of relentless warfare. Even the craft world's name, translated as knowledge of blood, has changed meaning. Where once their title spoke of the gifts passed down through the generations and the blessings of their ancestry, in the last few millennia it has become a promise of war. Once, Ilkaith was renowned for the exquisite art of its bone singers. Now these same craftsmen have turned their skills to creating only weapons and accompanying the war hosts to battle to heal wraith constructs and engines of Vol. The Eldari of Ilkaith take the helm of Eldanesh as their symbol. Myth tells that Aeldar gave Eldanesh this all-seeing helm, thanks to which he slew many terrible foes. Eldanesh used the helm to see his own future, and saw his death at the hands of Cain. To the Ilkaith, the symbol reminds them that knowledge can have a terrible cost. Ymilak. The warsmiths of Ymilak toil endlessly to craft gigantic machines of destruction. Masterful and prolific in their efforts, they ensure that their war hosts are always furnished with the finest engines of Vol, and are able to field a great number of Titans and super heavy engines when they go to war. Milak's warriors are almost always delivered to battle aboard grav tank transports, while fire prisms and night spinners provide supporting fire. Though the wraith constructs of Ymilak are but few in number, there are tales among the Eldari that their weaponsmiths have created a new and devastating weapon powered by the souls of the dead. It is a device so terrible in potency that Yamilak have never dared to use it. It is whispered that it can scour entire continents of life in mere minutes, the souls of the living torn from their bodies by a vast ghost storm. The crucible of souls, the symbol of Yamilak, is the spiritual forge within which Vol created the 99 and 1 swords of Vol. For the Asuryani of Yamilak, this rune represents their belief that the fate of the race is still theirs to forge. My Mira. After the fall, My Mira was cast far out into the galactic wilderness. For millennia, the craft world sailed the void alone, thinking themselves the last of the Eldari. Its citizens turned inwards, focusing upon the glories of the past, for they believed that without them, the memory of their race would fade away forever. During its long isolation, Mimira was forced to fight for its survival against rampaging orcs and the ever-expanding boundaries of the Imperium. In these bloody wars, a great number of Mimira's people fell, though they took many millions of enemies to the grave with them. Alone and outnumbered, the craft world learned well the ways of stealth and how best to conceal their world ship. In time, fate reunited them with their kindred, who found them to be highly cunning and resourceful. The symbol of Mimira is the cursing eye. This is derived from ancient tales of Osurnion's deadly gaze that perceives and kills in the same instant. It reminds those who wear it that an enemy revealed must be destroyed before it can threaten the noble Eldari race. An avatar of Cain is an ancient god incarnate. Those who follow him into battle are invigorated by his fearsome presence, their fears or hesitations eradicated and replaced with a fierce anticipation of conflict and a near insatiable murder lust. In these moments, the Asuryani are transformed from tragic survivors into the glorious conquerors their forebears once were. When not roused for war, a craft world's avatar sits upon a smoldering throne inside a sealed wraithbone chamber. A towering statue of iron, the avatar's heavily muscled form is pitted with age and encrusted with corrosion. His armor is ornately adorned with runes, gemstones, and more, while emblems representing the various aspect shrines hang from belts around his waist and chest. His slitted eyes reveal only empty darkness. The skeletal structure of the Avatar's sanctum stretches through the entire craft world and links into every part of his inert form. Thus is he fundamentally connected to the craft world, and it to him. When the Asuryani of his world ship prepare for war, The Avatar's psychically receptive chamber pulses with their increasing battle lust. Molten iron boils through his veins, and his whole body crackles and hisses like a furnace. He shifts upon his throne, restless with a craving for bloodshed. As the Avatar senses the craft world's growing desire for war, the Asuryani in turn feel his first stirrings reverberating through the wraithbone core of their craft world. Thus, the war lust of the Asuryani is accelerated further in a feedback loop that eventually reaches fever pitch. With the Avatar slowly rousing, exarchs don their ceremonial armor, gather outside his sanctum, and, if they feel the Avatar is needed in the battles to come, begin the ritual of awakening. This act causes the Avatar to emit a psychic roar that echoes across the craft world. This great battle cry is the signal for the exarchs to bring forth the young king, an aspect warrior chosen by the Farseers for a potentially dread destiny. If the exarchs choose to carry out the ritual of awakening, the bronze doors of the Avatar's sanctum will swing open. Then, the young king, naked save for a wraithbone crown of thorns, strides in. By this point, the Avatar's stirring has caused his chamber to resemble a great furnace. Its light so bright it burns the mind, and the sound of splintering iron deafening. Behind the warrior, the gates close. For hours, sometimes days, the chamber rumbles and booms, drowning out the agonized screams of the young king within. Finally, with a terrible roar, a psychic shock wave blasts open the chamber doors, and through them advances the Avatar. None speak of the fate of the young king, not even the Farseers. At this point, another will be anointed in his place. When fully roused, the Avatar's eyes glow like coals, and as he moves, his whole surface ripples and spits, fiery ichor bursting and solidifying upon his incandescent skin. Tendrils of smoke and flying cinder wreathe him like a dark cloak, and he reeks of the hot smell of burnt blood and sulfur. Thick red gore drips from the fingers of his left hand, while in his right he carries the Wailing Doom, the sacred weapon of the bloody-handed god, which may manifest in a number of forms, such as a sword, axe, or spear. Armed with this instrument of death, the Avatar becomes all but unstoppable, capable of striking down greater demons, carving through armored vehicles, and slaying monsters. Eldari mythology tells that at the moment of its birth, Slaanesh slaughtered almost all of the Eldari pantheon and stole the god's power, with only 2 of their number surviving the fall. Kayla Mensha Kane, the strongest and most warlike of the Eldari deities, endured through might. Slaanesh and the bloody-handed god fought a titanic battle in the warp, and despite Kane's mastery of war, Slaanesh glutted with stolen power, eventually proved the stronger. Exhausted from the struggle, Slaanesh could not destroy the Eldari god completely. Instead, Cain was rent into fragments. Each shard came to rest within the wraithbone core of a craft world, where it took root and grew into an avatar of the bloody-handed god. The other god to survive was Sigarak. While Slaanesh fought with Cain, the laughing god escaped into the webway and hid amongst its myriad tunnels. Tales suggest that he remains there still, unassailable, laughing at the gods of chaos as he hatches bitter plans for revenge. There are those who claim that Sigarak walks amongst his children from time to time, wearing the disguise of an anonymous Harlequin player. Dire Avengers. Merciless to their foes and unstinting in their devotion to their people, Dire Avengers represent the war god's unending thirst for vengeance upon a galaxy of woe. Regarded by many as the most tactically flexible and noble of all the aspects, they form a cornerstone of almost any craft world's battle plans. Dire Avengers take to the field armed with Avenger Shuriken catapults, elegant weapons even more advanced than those used by a craft world's guardians. Their lethal volleys echo the death of 1,000 blades, the punishment that Cain metes out upon traitors and cheats who are unworthy of a clean kill. The Dire Avengers consider the wielding of the Shuriken an art form. Even when they are not clad in their full panoply of war, the robes they wear when outside their shrines are lined with lethal discs. In this way, even an apparently unarmed Dire Avenger can slay a distant opponent with a swift chopping gesture, a skill much needed in times of strife. Such vigilance is the hallmark of the Dire Avenger aspect, a symbol of their duty to guard their craft world at all times, and to take the battle to their enemies at a moment's notice. Oserman is the first and oldest of the Phoenix Lords. In the aftermath of the fall, he founded the first of the Aspect Warrior Shrines upon a world later called Aesir by his followers in honor of him. By Aserman was the path of the warrior opened forever, and the first Aspect Warriors, the Asura, were honed by him personally. He strengthened them in both mind and body, for the dangers of the galaxy were many, and the surviving Eldari few. Aserman knew that his decadent people needed to be made strong in the face of this new stark reality. Thanks to his teachings, his followers became sharper than any blade. Oserman went on to found more shrines on more craft worlds than any other of the Phoenix Lords. And so Dire Avengers are the most numerous kind of aspect warriors fielded by the armies of their craft worlds. Aserman's skills at war are breathtaking, representing the zenith of the Dire Avenger aspect. He bears wrist-mounted shuriken catapults, known to the Eldari as Asir Vanda, though in the human tongue they are known as the Bloody Twins. He also carries the ancient sword of Asir, first of the dire swords. Bound within this blade's hilt is the spirit stone of Asirmin's brother, Hethesis, that he too may continue the fight against the servants of the great enemy until the end of time. Warp Spiders. The warp spiders take their name from the tiny crystalline arachnoids that crawl throughout a craft world's infinity circuit and dome of crystal seers. Slipping in and out of existence, these diminutive yet aggressive entities act as an immune system for the world ship's wraithbone skeleton, hunting invasive psychic shadows and demon predators that are drawn like carrion eaters to spirit stones. Warp spiders epitomize the doctrine of aggressive defense, striking without warning from an unseen quarter. They do this with an arcane dimensional device that allows them to mimic the way their namesakes teleport around the craft world. A compact warp generator housed within their armored backpack. Warp spiders can make short warp jumps, disappearing and reappearing in the blink of an eye. This enables them to launch totally unexpected attacks on their foes. Such a tactic is not without substantial risk, however, for it necessitates the aspect warriors spending a short time in the hell dimension of the warp. The Immaterium is a perilous place for any soul to travel. The risk is greatest of all for the Eldari, for their immortal foe Slaanesh constantly thirsts for their souls. A journey through the warp, however brief, is a matter of incredible danger. Not only may it draw the attention of she who thirsts, but the demons that inhabit that realm all delight in ensnaring Eldari spirits and making them their playthings for eternity. For this reason, the warp spiders are considered by the Asuryani to be among the bravest of all aspects. They risk not only their lives in the name of victory, but also their eternal souls. It is the task of the warp spider exarchs to guide their charges through the perilous and intricate processes required to survive warp jumps, showing them how to steel their mind and spirit to endure the horrors that await them. The ritual armament of the warp spider is the Death Spinner, an exotic and highly advanced weapon that extrudes a cloud of razor-sharp monofilament wire. The spinner's magnetic containment field spools this together and hurls it towards the enemy. The wire's tension causes it to writhe and lash in the air, and where it touches soft tissue, it slices through with horrible ease, severing limbs and dicing flesh. Shining Spears. The Shining Spears possess a bright and clear virtue that marks each one of their number out as a warrior champion of their race. Eldari mythology is replete with examples of noble heroes at one with their steeds, and in the shining spears, the glories of legend are made manifest. The anti-gravitic motors of shining spears' sleek, gleaming jet bikes allow them to skim over even the roughest terrain at breakneck pace. Such is their focus that the shining spears can weave through dense jungles and crumbling architecture without slowing, dodging around obstacles that would cause spectacular collisions and explosive endings for riders of lesser skill. Shining spears are so in tune with their jet bikes that they can execute complex aerial maneuvers with only subtle movements of their hands upon their control consoles. They instinctively know the absolute limits of their mounts, confidently throwing them into vertical climbs and dazzling corkscrew spins that even the most gifted pilots of other races cannot hope to match. Such skills are honed through countless years spent with their aspect shrines, vast structures that would take days to traverse on foot. It is said that while preparing themselves in these facilities, the shining spears never leave the saddle, even when engaged in meditation, and that they can feel the flow of the land beneath them through the slightest variations in the hum of their jet bikes, steering confidently even with their eyes shut tight. In battle, this ability allows them to swerve and jink with preternatural ease, making it all but impossible for enemy gunners to draw a bead upon them. The rune used by the shining spears is a triangular warrior sigil graced with a lightning bolt dancing from each of its sides. It promises a quick, painful, and inescapable death to the enemies of the Ossarnyani, something these aspect warriors are eager to deliver. In battle, the shining spears fight as the spear of Cain, which struck like lightning and killed with a single ruinous blow. The warriors of this aspect are famous for the sheer daring and persistence of their attacks. After delivering a flurry of shots and blows with their formidable laser lances, they will disengage and circle back towards their foe, barely slowing in the process before charging again. The energy blasts their fearsome weapons unleash whittle through the foe's front ranks, leaving the way clear for them to slam into the troops beyond with devastating, piercing impact. Howling banshees. A predominantly female aspect, howling banshees are incredibly swift and deadly warriors who race towards their foes with acrobatic grace. Experts in hand-to-hand fighting, their dueling style is a perfect example of combat efficiency and precision. With every rapid thrust and slash, their powered blades make a mockery of their foe's armor. The howling banshees announce their arrival on the battlefield with a dire, blood-chilling scream that is amplified into a mind-destroying shockwave by their banshee masks. This oral assault inflicts severe damage to the central nervous systems of their foes. The aspect's rune reflects this. Known as the Rain of Tears, it represents the depthless sorrow of the banshees of Eldari myth. It is said that these beings used this raw emotion to steal the souls and freeze the blood of those exposed to it. Howling banshees are led by their exarchs, who train them in quicksilver swordplay and the use of the shriek that kills. So piercing are the exarch's own war cries that they haunt their victims long after the screams have died away. The Howling Banshee's Phoenix Lord was the first Eldari to learn under the tutelage of Osirmen. It was Jane Czar who perfected and taught the scream that steals. And her own psychosonic barrage is so powerful it can liquefy the brains of her victims. To this day, Jane Czar is a devoted matriarch, visiting her shrines and nurturing her spiritual descendants. No other Phoenix Lord is as committed to the war against the great enemy, and on countless occasions, Jane Czar has led hundreds of howling banshees to war. Furthermore, no other Phoenix Lord has championed the growing cause of the Inari more than her, and she has come to their aid multiple times. The Banshee is a harbinger of woe in Eldari mythology, whose cry is said to herald such ill fate that it can even wrench a soul from its spirit stone. It is fitting that the most feared of all the aspect warriors, the Howling Banshees, draw their inspiration from this unearthly creature. In Eldari myth, the crone goddess, Morai Heg, sought to partake of the wisdom contained in her divine blood. Knowing there was only one with the power to harm a god, she sent her daughters to haunt their father Cain's steps with their piercing screams. The infernal noise drove Cain into a bloody rage that saw his mind begin to unravel. Promising an end to this curse, the crone goddess bade Cain cut off her hand so that she might drink deep from her own veins. With this deed, Morai Heg gained the knowledge of blood, and the aspect of the Banshee was granted to Cain in return. Striking scorpions. Like stalking shadows, the striking scorpions hunt their prey across dark and dust-choked battlefields. The thick psychoreactive plates of their armor slide across their bodies without a sound as they ready their shuriken pistols and diamond-tipped chain swords for the ambush to come. When their trap is sprung, however, the striking scorpions discard all stealth and leap keenly into battle. Striking scorpions are merciless killers without exception. They have made fear their closest ally and revel in the hunt and the kill. The aspect's most sinister skill is the legacy of their Phoenix Lord, Garandras, the ability to become one with the shadows and thus creep towards targets without ever being seen. Striking scorpions are masters of maximizing every potential hiding place as they slink through terrain. Their patient, yet murderous nature has been the doom of many an enemy whose attention drifted from the shadows for even a moment. They have been known to emerge unexpectedly from cover right at the heart of the foe, wreaking so much havoc that they have single-handedly turned entire battles. The signature attack of a striking scorpion is made by the devices housed in the pods on either side of the warrior's helmet, known as mandiblasters. These short-ranged weapons deliver a deadly energy sting in close combat. Activated by a psychic pickup, they fire a hail of needle-thin shards that act as conductors for a highly charged laser. The foe scarcely has time to reel in shock at the sudden appearance of the aspect warriors before the mandiblaster sting hits home, wounding or killing its target. Capitalizing on the advantage provided by their opening volley, the striking scorpions then deliver a blistering flurry of blows, pressing home more and more attacks before their overwhelmed prey can recover. The symbol of these aspect warriors is the scorpion rune, which represents the slow, stalking killer and the sudden blow. Two aspects of war perfected by the striking scorpions. The emblem has dark connotations in Eldari myth and is no sign of nobility, but the aspect warriors wear it with pride nonetheless. Amongst the most mysterious and menacing of the Phoenix Lords, Kurandras rarely speaks and never breathes a word of his origins. It is from him that the striking scorpions learned the sinister patience of the hunter. He goes to war wielding a mighty claw named Aurora's Bane, a great biting blade known in the Eldari tongue as the Izamarithril, and a mandiblaster of surpassing craftsmen called the Scorpion's Bite. Kurandras is not the oldest of the striking scorpion exarchs, for that honor belongs to Aura, the father of scorpions. Aura was the most sinister of all the Phoenix Lords, the fallen Phoenix, who, some rumors claim, burns with the dark light of chaos. Kurandras is said to have dueled his rival for weeks, forcing Aura's defection before taking his place and tempering his murderous nature with the patience of the hunter. It is whispered in the shattered reaches of the webway that Aura still lives, that he fled to the darkest corners of Eldari civilization to begin his bloodthirsty teachings anew. Many of these voices claim that Aura defected to the Dark Kin, the Drukhari, where he founded an order of merciless warriors who fight in his name. Dark Reapers. The skull-helmed visage of the Dark Reapers is a spine-chilling sight in itself. But to the Eldari, it has a symbolism altogether darker than simple death. These aspect warriors exemplify the war god as destroyer, and their formidable war suits echo that of their founder, Malgan Ra, also known as the Harvester of Souls. This Phoenix Lord is among the most grim and foreboding of all Osurnyani. The credo that the kiss of death can be delivered from afar with grace and ruthless efficiency is central to the way of the Reaper. Their role is one of long-ranged fire support, and their midnight-colored armor incorporates a complex set of interlocking plates and powered limbed supports that absorb the recoil of their weapons. Advanced helmet-mounted sensor vanes allow the Dark Reapers to lock on to fast-moving targets, while a sophisticated mind link enables them to see from the muzzles of their weapons, improving their accuracy still further. Added together, these capabilities make it all but impossible to evade the Dark Reaper's fire. Much of the punishing training these aspect warriors undertake is dedicated to making the perfect shot. They are expected to display incredible feats of coordination, focus, and balance, giving them an unflinching and obsessive nature. Should Dark Reapers fail in battle, they must atone for it once they return to their shrine. Of Osurnmen's pupils, Malgan Ra was the most independent. He fashioned baroque, occult weapons, preferring dark and malefic artifacts that could slay his foes from afar. As his craft progressed, he learned that even the most outlandish armaments could be used with the precision of a scalpel. This, combined with his mastery of every element of ranged combat, dictated the disciplines of the Dark Reaper aspect. Malgan Ra hails from the craft world Altanasar, a world vessel that, despite the valiant efforts of its people, was pulled into the Eye of Terror after the fall. Only Malgan Ra escaped, and his daring efforts 10,000 years later to rescue his lost people are recounted in the macabre Bas Fenicilia lays. His kin suffered much during their millennia trapped in the warp, and thus the Harvester of Souls' hatred for the servants of the Dark Gods knows no bounds. Fire Dragons. The Fire Dragon aspect warriors style themselves upon the dragon of Eldari myth, the sinuous, fire-breathing reptile that represents wanton destruction. Fire dragons are masters of wielding weapons that use heat and fire, and take savage delight in the devastation they cause. Such is their affinity with fire that it is not unheard of for their exarchs to manifest a burning corona when consumed with battle lust. Every fire dragon undergoes many hazardous trials and rituals to hone their abilities. Thanks to this training, they know at a glance which parts of a target will be most susceptible to their weapons. This transcends the mere study of schematics and becomes as much spiritual knowledge as tactical expertise. It is said that Fire Dragon exarchs know instinctively how to destroy any armored behemoth with just a single shot. even if they have never seen that particular engine of war before. The ritual weapons of the fire dragons are fusion guns. These can reduce otherwise impenetrable armor plating to a cloud of superheated vapor in a single moment. The Asuryani fusion weapons cause the molecules of the target to hypervibrate, generating so much heat that the victim bursts into flames before turning to molten liquid and then evaporating. Fire dragons also carry discus-shaped fusion charges, which they attach to their enemies' fortifications and lumbering war engines, before detonating them with a psychically delivered triggered word. Nowhere is safe from the white-hot rage of these aspect warriors. A truth made all the clearer by their wide usage of Falcon grav tanks to close with their chosen foe. Fugen is the Phoenix Lord of the Fire Dragons and the founder of the Aspect. He has schooled his disciples in mastering the powers of the dragon, rather than regarding oblivion only as a force of discord. He hopes that through selective destruction, the Eldari can bring harmony. To the Asuryani, Fugen is a mighty hero, often depicted holding the cosmic serpents of wisdom and entropy in his fiery grasp. Fugen has devoted himself fully to the destruction of the Asuryani's enemies, pitilessly eradicating them one by one. He has spent the millennia traveling the ancient tunnels of the webway, emerging only when it serves his noble cause. Of late, the flames of Fugen's fire pike seer song have burned hotter and more often than ever before. Legend tells that the burning lance will be the last of the Phoenix Lords to fall in the final battle against chaos, the end of all days. Swooping hawks. In ancient times, the Eldari believed that the spirit of someone murdered would pass into a hawk and hover above the killer as a mark of guilt. The swooping hawks take their name from these wild hunting birds, for they are synonymous with vengeance and retribution. The war gear of the swooping hawks is fashioned from fine cellular material, cunningly constructed so as to be astonishingly light. Their wings, made from vibrating feather plates and incorporating small gravitic lifters, enable them to soar far above the battlefield with incredible grace, speed, and agility. Swooping hawks can launch high into the air at a moment's notice before descending upon their foes. Their exarchs teach them the intricacies of flight and how to perform daring sky leaps in the heat of battle. They learn to harry the enemy's flanks with salvos from their las blasters and disrupt hostile maneuvers with attacks from above. In addition to las blasters, swooping hawks carry grenade packs loaded with anti-personnel and anti-tank explosives. Soaring overhead, they bombard enemy positions with these sophisticated devices, sowing destruction with a hail of plasma detonations. All Asuryani who look upon the majestic glow of the swooping hawks find their morale bolstered. This is in no small part because of what they represent. Just as the Aspect's winged warrior rune speaks of a return to a position of ascendancy after a period of darkness, so the swooping hawks symbolize the heights of greatness to which all Eldari aspire. Baharoth was the first exarch to master aerial combat, and was the founder of the swooping hawks shrines. The most vibrant and youthful of the Phoenix Lords, he reveled in the sensation of sunlight on his wings. Despite their differences, Baharoth and Malgan Ra share a deep bond. They are brothers as the sun is to the moon, and many of the Eldari's deadliest foes have met their doom on the edge of their blades. The Asuryani consider Baharoth's presence a sign of victory to come, for he appears above the battlefield as a glorious hero, shining with a brilliance of his own making, looping and soaring through flak-churned skies. The cry of the wind looses pinpoint blasts of blinding fire from his bespoke hawk's talon, the fury of the tempest. He is also a master of close quarters combat, and strikes with the resplendent sword known as the Shining Blade. Legend tells that this elegantly curved weapon was forged by the daughters of Vol in the dying fires of a supernova, and that some of that long-gone star's power lives on, captured within the sword's impossible gleam. According to the Asuryani, Baharoth's final death will come at the Rana Dandra. All Eldari fear that this apocalyptic event will happen in their lifetime. The forces of Chaos Ascendant and Phoenix Lords being sighted with greater frequency, these fears might be well placed. Crimson Hunters. The ritual war gear of the Crimson Hunters is not a blade or a sidearm, but a sleek aerial fighter that represents the pinnacle of Asuryani aeronautics. Known as Nightshade Interceptors, these formidable craft are specially designed to hunt down and destroy enemy aircraft of any kind. They are just as much part of the Crimson Hunters' battle gear as the power swords of the Howling Banshees or the wings of the Swooping Hawks. The aspect shrines of the Crimson Hunters are unlike any other. They are not buildings or landscapes, but tunnel-linked collections of transparent atria that float around the periphery of their craft worlds. It is within these realms of captive sky that the Crimson Hunters duel. Their weapons of choice, the potent laser and plasma weapons, gracing each Nightshade Interceptor's curving fuselage. During these breakneck training battles, the Crimson Hunters set these armaments only to illuminate rather than to pierce the armor. With this technique, they learn exactly how to avoid the most dangerous enemy munitions and fight in the most realistic circumstances without suffering losses to friendly fire. In these relentless exercises, as in war, the Crimson Hunters are led by their exarchs, the most skilled of their kind. These peerless marksmen rarely fail to strike their targets, even when moving at maximum speed. By training against their own peers, some of the most gifted fighter pilots in the galaxy, the Crimson Hunters ensure that the act of destroying the aircraft of lesser races is a simple exercise, and one that proves the superiority over the comparatively sluggish pilots that pollute the skies of the galaxy. The Crimson Hunters embody the war god Cain's ability to leave a more powerful foe reeling and ready for slaughter. Weaving through whole squadrons of enemy aircraft and outmaneuvering larger foes, they use their immense firepower to destroy priority targets, taking next to no damage in return. It has to be this way. For the Asuryani, victory heavy with losses is hardly victory at all. Their race cannot afford wars of attrition on the ground or in the air. To survive, the craft worlds must always be capable of defeating foes of vastly greater numbers. The toxic factions of the Drukhari are the most sadistic, decadent, and vicious elements of a long-lost stellar empire. They occupy the splintered city realm of Kamarag within the twilight domain of the ancient webway. From there, the Drukhari raid and plunder the myriad races of the galaxy. The Drukhari are experts in precise torture, sharp blades, cruel poisons, and eldritch abominations. Using the labyrinthine network of webway spars, they strike almost anywhere. Real space raiding parties often prey upon worlds across the galaxy, surging from hidden portals unknown to those they see merely as cattle or playthings. To those they leave alive to spread fear of their passing, these arrogant Xenos are evil incarnate. While the Drukhari's superior science has mastered a multitude of feats, it ultimately focuses on their victims' misery, how to create it, and how to prolong it. Striking where they please, not for any resources their victims value, they come to inflict suffering and anguish only ingenious Epicureans of torment could imagine. The agony of others fills an aching void within them, a cursed soul debt they must all pay, and pay they do with inordinate relish. Twilight Raiders. The Drukhari exemplify every obsessive and wanton act of cruelty that all Eldari risk giving into. They are a selfish breed of Xenos raiders, seeking only their own twisted fulfillment at the expense of all others, even their own kind. In piratical forays of all sizes, the Drukhari prey upon the races of the fractured galaxy, reveling in the slaughter and fear they cause. From the depths of their subdimensional realm, the dark city of Kamarag, raiding parties of sadistic Drukhari gleefully strike out. They hunt for pleasure, and their pleasure is the pain and terror of the galaxy's races. For those unfortunates taken as captives, a drawn-out existence of agony and fear awaits, providing sport, amusement, and spiritual sustenance for their captors. Little pleases the Drukhari more than the screams of their prey, the sight of horror in their victims' eyes, or the feel of flesh parting under their blades. Every nuance of misery that the refined senses of the Eldari can detect, the sight, sound, and taste of suffering, is a potent narcotic that Drukhari raiders rapaciously consume. The Drukhari are tall, slender, and graceful in form, with natural athleticism, lithe strength, and perceptive senses. Their long lives are artificially extended by gruesome means, enabling them to devote their piercing intellect across entire epochs to the mastering of singularly depraved obsessions. They are masters of many forms of close combat, with hooks, blades, and cruel lashes of countless types. In the deadly cut and thrust of acrobatic melee, their speed and dexterity make them lethal. Drukhari's skill in close-quarter slaughter extends to each part of their body. Many of their varied castes of warriors wear a variety of close-fitting bodysuits or segmented armor, which afford incredible agility and often incorporate razor-sharp blades and barbs. Drukhari science produces abominable poisons and hemotoxins, or elixirs made from the rendered-down remains of their captives. In their eldritch forges are built superlative personal armaments, as well as lightning-fast strike-craft and anti-grav vehicles, which are fitted with monomolecular barbs and other weapons that inflict painful death in exotic ways. Raiding parties of Drukhari, forged through fractious alliances and Kamarag, attack planets, orbital habitats, fleets of ships, and any other target that offers bounties of sentient beings. In blade-proud transports, they often strike from above, appearing with no warning in order to stoke as much confusion and terror as possible. Drukhari technology is so far advanced that it is often viewed as mystical or magical by the races they prey upon. Their splinter weapons fire shards of crystalline substances laced with engineered venom, while other armaments defy any notions of physical laws known to the Imperium. Baroque, trophy-hung barges descend on jets, unleashing beams of darkness, nightmarish energies, or psychoempathic terror fields. Surgically augmented mercenaries and pain adepts leap from their dark realm through shimmering portals, directly into the terrified presence of their prey, while ghastly horrors crawl from the shadows themselves. Drukhari often attack as night falls, or their strange technology can even artificially generate such conditions, causing base fears to claw at their victims' minds. Most real space raids are convened to take captives, the raw fuel upon which Drukhari society thrives. Once brought to Camarog, these unfortunates are hunted in vast arenas watched by thousands, experimented upon with vile surgeries and drugs, or used to fulfill any of the countless roles by which the Drukhari can profit off their suffering. Even in raids with unusual and esoteric goals, such as the enacting of vengeance upon a rival, the execution of some murderous performance, or the theft of an advanced artifact from their kin, the Eldari of the craft worlds, participation by the cruel citizens of Camarog is highly sought. All Drukhari desire to sate a gnawing need at their heart to inflict pain wherever possible. If not against the other races of the galaxy, then readily upon other Drukhari within Camarog. Camarog is unlike any city of the Imperium. It is a twisted, fractured connection of subdimensions and satellite realms within the shifting webway of legend. Human captives brought into its environs cannot comprehend even the fraction they can see of the dark and shadowy landscape. A labyrinth of dark spires, crowded slums, starship docks, and vast arenas, threaded through with streams of screaming captives and snarling beasts, overlays layers of hidden donjons, obulates, and the secret abodes. The temporal and spatial irregularities within the webway have allowed Camarog to spread and branch like a tainted crystalline fungus that reflects the society within. Cunning and powerful factions vie for prominence in a realm where piracy, murder, scheming, and betrayal are facts of everyday life. Only the strong survive in Camarog, and the Drukhari have had millennia to winnow out the weak. The genesis of evil. More than 10 millennia ago, the galaxy-spanning empire of the Eldari came to a cataclysmic end in the race's fall. Many of the splintered survivors of that apocalypse forged their own course of desperate existence from that time onwards. But the Drukhari can be said to have trodden their dark path for far longer, turning an established decadence into their salvation. Any knowledge of Xenos is brutally suppressed within the Imperium. Thus, only a fraction of mankind's teeming trillions knows anything of the Eldari's supposed history. Of these, most are high-ranking agents within the shadowy Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition. Some within this group are entrusted by Eldari contacts with tales that claim to tell of the fall of their race. Yet the natural suspicion of inquisitors leads them to view such data as disinformation, myth, or at best, apocalyptic metaphor. Nevertheless, they are tales that all Eldari learn, and that different strands of their race treat variously as cautionary tales of hubris, stories of ultimate betrayal, and even accounts of the excision of of weakness. The ancient Eldari Empire existed as the most advanced and dominant race in the galaxy many millions of years ago. Through their science, they created worlds and extinguished stars, while the unlimited potential of their psychic arts ensured that there was no force that could deny their authority. The technologies at their fingertips meant the Eldari could live a life of leisure, free from concepts of manual labor, able to pursue any diversions their powerful emotions and soaring intellect could conceive. Using the webway, they traveled between the stars of the galaxy in a heartbeat, delving into esoteric studies and unusual passions. The long lifespan of the Eldari led many to seek ever more extreme avenues of exploration as they tested the limits of their own psyches. The thoughts and emotions of the race can rise to heights of bliss or plumb to dark nadirs of anguish that are unknown to mankind. These extremes were reached for by many of an arrogant race that increasingly saw itself as far beyond any boundaries of morality. On many Eldari worlds, cults of pleasure and pain, dabblers in extravagant technologies, and lodges that consorted with narcotics distilled from across their pan-galactic empire sprang up. The Eldari had spread from the worlds at the heart of their civilization to not only countless other planets throughout the galaxy, but also within the webway itself. Nodal cities and mighty ports flourished within the interconnected network of misted passageways that led to Eldari colonies far and wide. Some of the pleasure cults, among whose devotees were great numbers of the aristocratic nobility of Eldari society, relocated into these webway settlements as they came under pressure to curb their excess. Within these complex hubs, where shadowy trades in people and substances could be carried out secretly, many of them flourished. The greatest of the webway's mighty port cities was a vast metropolis known as Kamarok. Its unrivaled connections to countless portals ensured its value and granted the city unprecedented autonomy to ensure that no one faction within the empire could deny its use to any other. Yet, with lax regulation, Kamarog grew ever larger and became a home for every illicit and reprehensible pastime within the empire. The Dylantade lords and ladies who headed many of the pleasure cults grew more powerful, and with both their influence and Kamarog's vast flows of shipping and connections, countless shadowy creeds spread to world after world. The Eldari's psychic souls flare brightly in the mirror realm of the warp. Powerful emotions in that dimension can take form, and the soaring highs and crushing lows of the psychically sensitive Eldari began to coalesce. Quiescent ripples of agony and ecstasy echoed through time and space. The surging tides of the warp began to coil in a vortex around the constant stream of extreme sensation that flowed from the increasingly depraved society of the Eldari. Around their emotions accreted a nascent entity of excess. Content at first to wait and grow, it fed on the torrent of intensity put forth by the Eldari, while its dreams in turn seeped back to them, driving their vile exuberance to greater depths. There were those in the Eldari Empire, among the spiraling insanities and obsessions pervading their people, who foresaw calamity. Some of the first to act were the Exodites, who left the decadent centers of civilization behind to begin again on wilderness worlds, far from the trappings of indulgence and excess. Much later, after incalculable efforts of psychic engineering, a movement of ascetic Puritans departed on delicate planet-sized ships, bearing huge colonies through the void and into the depths of empty space. These were the craft worlds, and among those who fled upon them, there were many with the seer sight. They prophesied a terrifying and tragic horror ahead that echoed through time. Their warnings were scoffed at or ignored, and some of their number fell foul of the influential pleasure cults before they had a chance to escape. Freed of the appalled and doubting elements that had barely kept it in check, Eldari society plunged deeper into the lascivious decay. Towards the end, the streets of their ancient cities ran with blood. Star-spanning orgies of pleasure and unbridled violence accompanied clashing rhythms, dazzling sights, and depraved crimes as the Eldari tore one another apart in heady displays of cruelty. In truth, their race's decline had taken many millennia to congeal into this grotesque abomination of reality. When the end came, it was in a single horrifying instant. The Chaos God Slaanesh, the Dark Prince of Excess, was birthed in the roiling warp with a reality-shattering metaphysical roar. Its exultant psychic screams ruptured the veil between the warp and real space. Hundreds of star systems at the heart of the Eldari Empire were rent apart, and countless more swallowed whole. The greatest warp storm the galaxy had ever seen erupted in their place. A yawning tempest of madness thousands of light years across. That which mankind would later call the Eye of Terror. In its first sucking intake of existence, Slaanesh drained the souls of almost the entire Eldari race, gorging on the pain of billions upon billions in a single gluttonous moment of excess. The resilient Eldari psychic essences, capable of experiencing extremes, suffered an infinity of agony. Very few Eldari escaped this fate. Some of the Exodites and those aboard craft worlds, the forebears of the Asuryani, had managed to flee fast enough or far enough, but many of their number still perished. The Eldari maintained that during Slaanesh's birth, it even devoured most of their gods. As an empire, the Eldari had ceased to be. As a species, A desperate struggle for survival has dominated their lives ever since. The webway network, occupying its twilight site between the warp and real space, suffered terribly from Slanesh's arrival. Vast tracks were crushed or fractured, allowing the essence of the warp to pour in at many places, with demons following greedily. Yet, many dimensions and spars within the webway survived, and Kamarag itself remained unbreached. Multiple layers of psycho-crystalline defenses sealed off tainted or damaged spars, while other sections mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. Shielded by the ineffable nature of the webway, those within Kamarag survived Slanesh's birth screams. In their supreme arrogance, they did not cease their quest for excess and selfish fulfillment, not even for a moment. Repentance, atonement, or shame for what they surely must have understood could be traced, in part, to their own actions, were unknown concepts to a people who acknowledged no limits on their ambition or power. If the inhabitants of the Webway port city believed they had escaped without consequence, that they had evaded the Chaos God's immortal hunger, they were deluded. The echoes of Slanesh's gluttony rippled throughout existence and wrought insidious changes within the remaining Eldari on Kamarag. They had not escaped the fall of their race, though it was a long time before they realized it. Rather than having their sentient essence consumed by the Chaos God in one great drought, their souls were slowly draining away, drip by drip, into the warp. There, they were swallowed by Slanesh, the abhorrent warp entity that haunts every Eldari, and that they all know as She Who Thirsts. The remnants of their race fear Slanesh, for the god of desire was born of their own dark obsessions, and hungrily waits beyond the veil for them. They have a terror of dying that runs far deeper than the mere regret of life's ending. The Eldari's strong psychic self can survive death, and while once their souls passed, they believe, into the realm of their own gods, now all that waits to feast upon them is Slanesh. Different surviving strands of the Eldari race discovered their own ways of avoiding this horror. The Eldari of Kamarag, those who became the Drukhari and endured the aching seepage of their souls, found that others could suffer in their stead. Those who became the Drukhari had long preyed upon others, whether Eldari or further sentient species. Now, they saw that stringing the moments of pain and terror out as agonizingly as possible replenished their waning souls. Thus were born the Drukhari, as a new era of feverish torment and captive acquisition spread throughout Kamarag. They became a race of sadistic parasites, feeding the yawning void within themselves by committing the most unspeakable acts of excruciation. Through their advanced technology, they devised ever more macabre ways of extracting suffering, with which they paid the soul debt they would forever owe to she who thirsts. In their selfish and indulgent narcissism, they viewed other races, even other Eldari, as weak beings deserving of contempt, and as chattel whom individual Drukhari had the right to abuse and discard for their own dark ends. The agony of others, savored by the Drukhari's refined senses, nourished their withering souls. But while the curse could be abated, it could never be denied. The gnawing of Slaanesh's hunger clawed at the soul of every Drukhari, winnowing their spirit and vigor constantly. Every delicious nuance of terror, every sublime nerve-shredding ounce of pain that they drank in from their victims, could only provide temporary succor from the unstoppable soul sickness. Thus, the Drukhari sank into a spiraling mire of damnation and depravity. Those who could not sate their need for anguish suffered a horrific withering of spirit. They became shadows of their former grandeur, desperately seeking any morbid sustenance. Fading to husks, these unfortunates weakened until they were prey for the other pain-hungry Drukhari. Meanwhile, those who had recently fed on the most subtle and rare of agonies shone with a cold aura of vigor. Dull eyes regained their malicious gleam, and a supernatural potency invigorated their souls. Raids into real space multiplied as never before, seeking captives to satiate the Dark City's people. The countless pleasure cults, guilds, lodges, and syndicates vied for power and patronage. Piratical fleets of ships spread out through the galaxy, herding millions of captives into the depths of Camarog every day. The trade of prisoners and of expertise in misery and degradation blossomed like a dark flower. To this day, Camarog remains a canker of evil. The Drukhari raid from its dark portals to claim captives for gruesome ends. In many cultures, countless myths and dark fables warn of lean hunters with grasping hooks and hungry grins, who kill the fortunate with each caress and take away those who are not. The rise to power. The depraved aristocracy of Camarog, whose noble houses had risen to power through the various pleasure cults, are not the sole lords of the Dark City. Their complex web of intrigue, assassinations, gruesome commerce, and debauched entertainments is held together by the supreme will of the living muse, as Drubael Vecht. The most powerful individual in all of Drukhari society has countless epithets: the Lord of Darkness, Supreme Overlord of Camarog, the Living Muse, the Upstart Filthling. As Drubael Vecht is the hand that moves the pieces, in the insane geometries of conspiracies, favors, and contracts that dominate Camarog. He is feared, despised, fawned on, and perhaps even revered by the shifting forces that control the City of Horrors as he sits at the peak of this hierarchy. Vect soared to power over his fractious people several millennia after the fall. It is said he was merely a warrior slave when Slaanesh tore its way into being. Once a lowborn, nothing sold to the pleasure cults for some abominable degradation. Now, he rules with both an iron fist and a hidden blade, one his detractors only realize is at their throats too late. Despite Vect's self-asserted position of absolute power, Camarite society is far from centralized. The Supreme Overlord reigns over a splintered civilization of self-serving interests. These range from coordinated organizations to warring gangs that roam the fringes of society, and derelicts seeking survival at the dark city's desolate outskirts. Camarog remains an incomprehensibly vast webway hub, and within its environs are renegades, criminals, and mercenaries from many cultures, not to mention the masses of captives from every corner of the galaxy. All of this writhes under the boot of Vect. The Lord of Darkness marshals the schemes of those below him like the composer of a great work, upholding the autonomy of the city's entities while keeping them at each other's throats. Vect ensures that there are no threats to his power, and that the ruthless meritocracy of Camarog strengthens those within it. Whatever one's station in the Dark City is, there is always a blade waiting in the dark, or a sheen of poison on the lips of a lover. Amongst the most powerful institutions of Camarog are the Cabals, each a kind of militaristic cartel or private army, such as Vect's own Cabal of the Black Heart. These gang-like societies maintain their power via the real space raids their ruling archons launch. The witch cults, meanwhile, stage incredible displays of gladiatorial debaucheries within immense arenas, feeding Camarite society with gory spectacles. In the bowels of the Dark City's pitch-black underworld, the homunculi covens practice their arts of flesh sculpting, soul siphoning, and vile regeneration, their costly services always in high demand. Surrounding these three pillars of Camarog are mercenaries fulfilling subtler requirements. Through the striking of contracts between these factions, real space raids often contain uneasy allies, such pacts evaporating once the spoils are divided. Fealty's price. Where loyalty exists in Drukhari society, it is a fluid and malleable commodity. The acquisition of personal power, the need to dominate lesser individuals, and the desire to fulfill every decadent whim mean there is no shortage of those willing to sell their blades for a price. Camarog plays host to many of the galaxy's most villainous individuals, including alien mercenaries, bounty hunters, corsairs, and renegades, all risking their souls in the hopes of claiming the riches of the Dark City. Yet, for each band of Xenos scum that conglomerates in Camarog, are countless more self-serving Drukhari aiming to secure their own foothold and prosper under the dark shadow of Vekt's dominion. Some are highly organized commercial and military enterprises, such as cabals without territory who have survived their peers and now profit from their expertise by hiring their assets out to rival cliques. Others may be loose bands of individuals drawn together by aligned passions or patrons. A number of these offer specialized battlefield skills, as well as a deniable detachment for canny archons seeking anonymous assassinations. Some also form an interstitial layer within the fractal social complexity of the Dark City's interconnected realms. Among the twisted prongs of Camarog's spires and jutting spurs, dark shapes can sometimes be seen fitting to and fro. These are the Scourges, soaring and hedonistic warriors, whose flesh and bones are remolded with wings grafted onto their anatomy. Such Drukhari have surrendered themselves to the foul surgeries and agonies of the homunculi, and emerged from their laboratories as avian hunters, masters of the Dark City's upper reaches. Scourges fulfill a vital role in Camarog's endless politicking, intrigue, and murderous bargaining. Despite their incredibly advanced technology, no Archon can be certain that messages will not be intercepted or subtly altered, and psychic communication is utterly forbidden. Instead, the powerful of the Dark City pay handsomely for Scourges to take their missives by hand. Each commonique is sealed with tailor-made poisons for which the antidote, in theory, is held by the intended recipient. To ensure the Scourges are not tempted by a rival to delay or divert the message. So important are Scourges to the network of communication that to kill one invites the wrath of Camarog's powerful lords down upon the perpetrator with unbridled excess. With bones drilled hollow, bands of new muscle blended with their own, and adrenaline dispensers, among many other esoteric additions, Scourges have become far removed from other Drukhari. Some seek ever more bizarre bioenhancements, especially the veterans known as Solarites. Many grow needle-fine quills from their scalp, have their skulls elongated, or their eyesight sharpened to pinpoint the merest movement of prey at great distances. With the wealth that a skilled Scourge can obtain from the paranoid elite of Camarog, they equipped themselves with expensive and exquisite war gear. Their ghost-plate armor is supple and porous, shot through with pockets of lighter-than-air gas that accentuate their natural grace. This armor also projects a personal force field, capable of scattering even withering hails of fire on those occasions their prey can land a shot. Protective of their expensively altered bodies, scourges prefer to engage their foe at range, and their keen eyesight allows them to savor the injuries they inflict in exquisite detail. Their weapons are designed to be fired on the wing, allowing scourges to unleash punishing barrages before swiftly redeploying. Many carry shard carbines, an advanced development of the splinter weapons favored by the Cabals. Aided by finely calibrated suspensors, scourges also wield a variety of other armaments tailored to their victims. Heat lances spear through the mechanical contrivances of weaker races with beams of blistering energy, while shredders entangle masses of screaming soldiers in clouds of razor-sharp monofilament wire. Scourges are highly sought after on real space raids by those who can afford their price, though there are many others vying for a raid orchestrator's attention. The courts of Archons. Archons surround themselves with a coterie of favored retainers, emulating, consciously or not, the depraved nobility that once ruled the Dark City before the rise of Vect. These courts of mercenaries, bodyguards, and status symbols can vary wildly, depending on the fleeting needs and shifting personalities of the Kabbalite lord or lady on whom they attend. The Lamians are members of the mysterious sisterhood of Lilitu, and they are masters in the skill of crafting and administering poisons. They concoct some of the most potent toxins in use throughout Kamarok. A mere scratch from a Lemanian's Shamaneshi blade can cause a victim's flesh to begin eating itself. Different distillations can cause the brain to swell and crack the skull, blood to acidify, or organs to rupture. When an Archon conducts a real space raid, they may also be accompanied by a chained slave being that is host to a strange creature of the webway, a Medusa. These highly empathic parasites feed on dreams and nightmares, and resemble a collection of tendrilled brains clamped upon their host. Meeting the gaze of a Medusa can cause instant emotional hemorrhaging, and Archons employ these hybrid creatures for their ability to absorb the roiling sensations of the battlefield. When consumed, the bulbous brain fruit they grow can bring back all the vivid emotions of a raid. It is not only Drukhari that the Archons employ. In the depths of Kamarog lies the district of Sek Magra. Alien mercenaries are found here in profusion, competing fiercely for lucrative murder contracts. Among them are the Slith, serpentine bodyguards, more reliable than many treacherous Drukhari. This multi-armed race fell to the temptations of excess millennia ago, and many now ply their trade in the Dark City. Their swift reflexes, arsenal of weapons, and insensibility to high levels of pain make them ideal interceptors of enemies, both on the battlefield and within the Archon's own domain. Urgals, meanwhile, are hideous, sightless aliens that haunted the ziggurats of Shaddam before that sub-realm's destruction. Still found in dark corners across the galaxy, each Urgal is an agile predator that hunts using the rows of quivering scent pits banding its face, above mauls of needle-like teeth. They are highly prized as entertainments, being fed choice slaves before select audiences, but are also used as advanced detectors of approaching assassins. All manner of nightmarish creatures prowl through Kamarog's twisted realms. A great many tracts of the city are avoided, feared by Drukhari for the predatory horrors that dwell within. Yet, nowhere is more shrouded with dread than Aeldar, for here darkness itself seems to have gained a sort of sentience. Aeldar is the home realm of the mandrakes, sinister Drukhari who can pull themselves into reality through another being's shadow. The mandrake's skin writhes with sickly, illuminated runes, and they clothe themselves in the leathery flesh of their victims. Their disturbing faces shift and flow, featureless one moment, and split by a fang-filled maw the next. Mandrakes exist simultaneously in reality and a cursed otherworld. They are not entirely corporeal. Shots and blows sometimes pass through their body as if it were smoke. They are able to manifest anywhere that shadows pool, dragging themselves up with sinewy strength and reaching for luckless victims with filth-encrusted claws. Though some Kamarites claim the mandrakes descend from a baleful union between ancient Eldari and unholy entities, others maintain they are remnants of a forbidden cult that found its own way to survive the fall. Some have even whispered they are one's own reflections, crawling from mere dimension to consume their creators. All such tales reflect the mandrake's disturbing reality. Their dark skin seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. They are surrounded by a chill aura of shadow that saps the warmth from the air, and their ice-cold grip freezes their skin. The sigils of destruction carved into their flesh pulse when the mandrakes feed upon the pain and terror of their prey, and the creature can channel this freezing energy into a blast of cold fire. Their ability as consummate shock troops, emerging behind enemy lines, inside starships, or even locked rooms, make them highly valued by the cruel masters of the Dark City. Yet many fear to seek them out, for their esoteric price cannot be evaded. Usually, mandrakes demand slaves that they take away to an unknown fate in Aeldar. Sometimes they will ask for something more exotic, such as a heartbeat, a true name, or a final breath. Arrogant lords who renege on such bargains do not last long, for mandrakes are notorious for their ability to track down any quarry. Sealed in an impenetrable fastness, surrounded by the most expensive bodyguards, or hidden behind subdimensional barriers, nowhere is safe. Sooner or later, a cold claw will reach from the darkness, and the icy bite of the mandrake is never far behind. Harlequins are blindingly swift and agile warrior artists, constantly in motion as they leap towards the foe. To their enemy, they appear as a riot of prismatic color that confuses, dazzles, and terrorizes. Relying on their terrific speed and skill over brute strength, the Harlequins' weaving battle dance renders them all but impossible for their foes to strike. In battle, Harlequins appear as a fractal, polychromatic blur, thanks not only to the vivid colors many of them wear, but also to the technology incorporated into their hollow suits. These are known as the Drukhari to the Eldari, meaning between colors. They include a programmable hologram field that causes the outline of the wearer to explode in a cloud of tiny multicolored fragments with every step and gesture, an effect that only becomes more intense as the Harlequin moves faster. Even when a hollow suit's wearer is stationary, their outline blurs with the surrounding terrain. To the Harlequins, every step of a battle is a part of a dance known as the Sadath. The screams of the dying are their accompaniment. Thundering gunfire is their backbeat, and the roaring of engines a symphony. Their foes are unwilling partners in these performances, seeing their very worst fears reflected in the Harlequins' masks. They suffer a psycho-responsive bombardment that is distracting and confusing. These masks often evoke the features of characters from Eldari myth, and can change their visages, patterns, and colors in a moment. When an Eldari joins the Harlequins, they enter a warband known as a mask, which is as much a performing company as it is a martial force. Each mask's constituent members fight with an incredible synchronicity, choreographed by their lead players and troop masters, the latter of which command their itinerant warriors with all the skills of a master general and impresario both. It takes an Eldari to appreciate the sheer genius of the Harlequins' actions. To other races, a mask's deeds are little more than a riotous confusion of sound, color, and violence. Only the Eldari can see the carefully orchestrated patterns, the close teamwork, and the perfect timing behind every blade thrust and burst of fire. Harlequins make art into war, and war into art, keeping impeccable rhythm as they turn the annihilation of their foes into an incredible spectacle. Every Harlequin is a devoted servant of Sigorak, the Laughing God, a sworn enemy of the Chaos Gods who is depicted as an enigmatic, vindictive, and sinister trickster, compassionless and quick to mock. He is said to know every path within the labyrinth of the webway. Whatever the truth, the Harlequins themselves have incredible knowledge of that quasi-dimensional place. Eldari legends record that Sigorak's pranks punished gods and mortals alike whenever they expressed overweening pride, and to this day, stories such as the theft of Cain's blade and the wedding of Screams relay this theme to audiences throughout Eldari society. Sigorax is the only authority the Harlequins recognize, and each of their wars is fought in his name. Most Harlequins reserve their greatest hatred for she who thirsts, fighting for the Laughing God's revenge against the being who nearly wiped out the Eldari pantheon. Yet, it is not only Sigorak's hatred that the Harlequins reflect. All share their god's capacity for capriciousness and unpredictability. Even in death, they look to their own mysterious deity. Unlike the Asuryani, Harlequins do not wear waystones, for they trust that when they die, Sigorak will recover their souls before they can be consumed by Slaanesh. Though most of the races to encounter the Harlequins will only know them as warriors, they are far more than that. They are also sublime performers, versed in their race's mythic cycles and the allegorical and metaphorical tales that stem from them. They travel endlessly to every corner of Eldari civilization, captivating audiences with music, dance, ritual combat, nuanced oration, theatrics, and a suite of illusory and psychoactive effects. Almost every story derived from Eldari myth has its own accompanying play. While all of these are entertaining, some are also cautionary tales, reminders of the ancient Eldari's past failures, presented as a warning to their modern descendants. Harlequins also act as emissaries between Eldari factions, for none besides them are permitted to walk as freely amongst all of their race's territories. They have even brokered uneasy alliances between the Asuryani and Drukhari, when the needs of the species have been great. Harlequins also work to purge the webway of chaos and alien taint, a task made much more difficult since the emergence of the Great Rift, which caused irreparable damage to the network. This has forced many Harlequin masks to become more vicious and manipulative, resorting in many cases to blackmail and the commitment of atrocities to ensure the webway's safety. Known to those of their race as Arbenian, solitaires can move faster than even the naked eye of an Eldari can follow. They are capable of such feats of acrobatics that none, even amongst the Harlequins, know what their true limits are. Tales abound of solitaires running up sheer fortress walls, spilling from the shadows inside locked bunkers, and even slowing time itself. Their incredible speed and agility make it all but impossible for their enemies to land a blow on them in close combat, or to fire a shot at them that finds its mark. The solitaire resembles little more to them than a shimmering blur that flits great distances with every blink of the eyes. Solitaires are sublime masters of the weapons known as the Harlequin's kiss and the Harlequin's caress. The former is a sharpened tube attached to the wearer's forearm, which can be punched through armor and flesh. Once it has penetrated, high tensile monofilament wire uncoils from within the weapon, reducing the target's insides to a gory soup in a heartbeat. Just as deadly, the Harlequin's caress encases the wearer's hand in a phase field that lets them reach through a foe's armor and pluck out their heart as easily as if they were running their fingers through thin air. The strangest of all Harlequins, solitaires conceal themselves amongst Eldari society, wandering alone. None formally belong to any Harlequin group, and only on occasion will they join a mask to perform or fight. When they reveal themselves wearing their grotesque masks, they speak and are spoken to only in a ritual form, and are held in fear and awe by their kin. They inspire such feelings because they play alone the role of Slanesh in the Harlequins' performances. As part of this portrayal, they follow the path of damnation. Their souls are not collected by Sigurag upon their death, thus enabling she who thirsts to claim them. As a result, they are all the more dangerous in battle, for they will fight tirelessly to avoid such a fate. It is said that despite the dark end that awaits the solitaires, indeed perhaps because of it, they are touched by Sigurag. Some believe they share the Laughing God's insight into what happened before the fall, what will happen at the Rana Dandra, and even the nature of the universe itself. Death jesters, known to the Eldari as Mogorok, play the role of death in the Harlequins' ritual dances, and possess a dark sense of humor. This leads them to seek new and inventive ways to terrorize, torment, and kill their victims. In battle, they are known to chuckle as they fire salvos from their shrieker cannons, and to hum cheerful tunes as they disembowel enemies with the reaping blade at the end of their weapon's barrel. Should they inflict a death that especially entertains them, it is not unheard of for them to pause their fighting purely to take a deep bow and to offer mocking applause to their unfortunate victim. Though they are killers par excellence, merely inflicting death is not enough to make war worthwhile for a death jester. For them, it must be accompanied by grim, ironic humor to be satisfying. They find much amusement in killing enemy officers who are in the middle of giving rousing speeches, terrifying sappers into running into their own minefields, or trapping tanks in craters made by their own cannon fire. There are few in the galaxy with the same talent for this kind of cruelty, and death jesters weave a tapestry of tragic comedy on every battlefield they survey. Death jesters move amongst the Harlequin masks at will, wearing armor said to incorporate the bones of their predecessors. Though their dedication to the Laughing God and the defeat of the Harlequins' foes is undeniable, they are treated with wary amusement by their fellows, for they are as morbid and unpredictable as they are talented. Masters of trickery and misdirection, Shadow Seers are enigmatic warriors with prodigious psychic ability. In the Harlequins' performances, they play the role of fate, acting as narrators who deliver monologues as the other players whirl, spin, and cavort around them. It is the Shadow Seer's psychic powers and the hallucinogenic payloads of their grenade launchers that create the diverse range of illusions in their performances. With peerless showmanship, they conjure blasts of multicolored light, pyrotechnic marvels, and swirling mists. In battle, these same grenade launchers fire according to pre-programmed patterns, hurling canisters of mind-altering gas at the enemy. The dispersal and timing of these packages are set to complement the ritualistic assault performed by the Harlequins around them. Any foes caught in the blast experience sprays of kaleidoscopic light and perceive friend and foe alike as horrific monsters. Many targets are driven mad, turning their weapons upon one another or even themselves. Shadow Seers carry mist staves, weapons that channel their wielder's mental force to crush armor plates and shatter bones. Even a glancing blow from one of these mysterious weapons can scramble the perceptions of living targets, clouding the mind with contradictory illusions and reducing sight to a slow-motion blur. Should a Shadow Seer ever be given the opportunity to press the head of their mist stave to a victim's temple and focus their full willpower through it, they can blank their enemy's mind, drive them utterly insane, or even implant new memories and desires that enslave the unfortunate target to the Shadow Seer's whims. Shadow Seers are skilled in reading the skeins of fate, though they hone this second sight in a different way to the far seers of the Asurnyani. They are not concerned with the manipulation of events, but rather the fulfillment of ancient prophecy and myth, and who or what will play which role in such stories, wittingly or otherwise. Often acting as envoys between the different realms of the Eldari, Shadow Seers take great pains to ensure their identities are never discovered. Whether moving amongst their craft worlds, the Exodite worlds, or the dark city of Kamarag, they adopt strange names that hark back to obscure legends and don faceless masks to reveal nothing of their thoughts, emotions, or intentions. Harlequin masks. Harlequin masks are both artistic bands of performers and martial cliques of deadly warriors. Whether their stage is a pristine amphitheater or a bloody war zone, every member knows their duties, thanks to their deep familiarity with the mythic Eldari characters they portray. Armed with such knowledge, they are all the more lethal on the battlefield. Besides their personal role, each Harlequin is also fully versed in the roles of their fellow players. Thanks to this, when masks make war, they fight with a near prescient efficiency, knowing where their comrades will be ahead of time. Though a mask's various Harlequin troops are woven together by their lead players and troop masters, they require little direction. In battle, a mask is therefore less a group of individuals than a single coordinated entity, with a level of synchronicity and discipline that few other forces can attain. In the ancient days before the fall, the followers of Sigarak were theatrical performers more than they were warriors. But the organization of the masks has barely changed since those times. Each is centered around three distinct troops. The light troop is characterized by heroic protagonists and swift action. The dark troop is its polar opposite, associated with violent endings and malevolent antagonists. The twilight troop represents transition and is linked to the webway and a character's moral and fateful journey. As each player and each troop has its own unique role, so each mask plays its part alongside others in one of the grand masks, such as the Midnight Sorrow, the Veiled Path, or the Frozen Stars. When a mask strikes, it does so without warning. Troops, jet bikes, and light anti-grav gunships surge from hidden webway portals, weaving a path into the heart of the foe. The players dart from enemy to enemy in a polychromatic blitz, their performances punctuated by bloody bursts from enemy throats, limbs, and torsos. The Harlequins' vehicles streak overhead, engaging their adversaries in aerobatic ballet, the explosions caused by their weapons forming a deafening crescendo. After inflicting untold devastation, they vanish swiftly as they came. The Harlequins have defeated many nefarious warlords and undone countless abhorrent schemes over time. And in doing so, they have shielded the lesser races from great harm without them ever knowing. But this is not the intent of the Harlequins, or at least not an end in itself. If Sigarak's followers fight for the survival of any of the galaxy's species, it is their own. Though the continued presence of another race may suit their needs for a time. Even to other Eldari, the motives behind the Harlequins' choices of targets are difficult to understand. In truth, the devotees of Sigarak believe that each of their foes plays a role, though almost always unwittingly, in events foretold in ancient myths and prophecies. Whenever the Harlequins engage such an enemy, therefore, the battle that follows is rich with spiritual meaning for them, holding greater significance than simple victory or defeat. Each of the mythic plays the masks perform has a deeply symbolic battlefield counterpart, known as a Sadath. This is a battle plan with an allegorical edge that informs target priority, overall strategy, and whether or not the light, dark, or twilight troop should take the lead. Each Sadath is highly intricate. When the Harlequins decide on which of them they will perform, they consider the nature of their enemy and the terrain, but also factors that an outsider would consider much less relevant. These include the time of day, the season, whether they are on a planet, moon, or asteroid, and the position of other astronomical features in relation to the intended battlefield. Conversely, some masks are specialists in Sadaths and mythic cycles that set such factors aside in favor of focused plans for each battle. There are hundreds of Sadaths, many of them well suited to particular foes or situations. Those often performed include the 100 Swords of Vol, the Torments of the Fiery Pit, and Isha's Weeping. Others are used much more rarely, perhaps as the speciality of a certain mask, or when called for by the most dire or auspicious of wars. The Serpent's Brood Sadath, for example, whose ritual steps echo the deeds of the cosmic serpent's demigod young, can only be enacted by masks entirely mounted in anti-grav vehicles. Other examples include the Hero's Path, Foul Chew's Blade, and Sigarak's Jest. The first of these involves a Death Jester, Shadow Seer, and Solitaire slipping behind enemy lines. The second sees a formation of anti-grav craft fighting as the ritual embodiment of the Great Hawk's consort as she bore the sword Anaris to Eldanesh. Meanwhile, Sigarak's Jest evokes the Laughing God's humbling of Kurnus by stealing one of his antlers, acted out by anti-grav craft that blast a path for players to seize their prize. Amongst the most widespread of grand masks, the Harlequins of the Midnight Sorrow hate the forces of chaos with an intensity that exceeds even that of other devotees of Sigarak, and care for nothing besides the defeat of She Who Thirsts. They see no price as too high to achieve victory. While all Eldari give up a portion of their personality when they follow Sigarak, they normally retain a core of their former selves. Yet, many members of this grand mask have lost even this sliver of individuality thanks to their mania. The Harlequins of the Veiled Path are capricious even by the standards of their kind, and their name is associated with backstabbing. They are known for being tricksters, manipulators, and riddlesmiths, and have broken far more pacts with their kin than they have kept. The Veiled Path's many machinations involve almost every species of the galaxy. Their two-faced nature also comes through in their fighting style, which involves hallucinogenic acts of double meaning and bewildering mirage. Veiled Path Harlequins appear to take much glee in such things, but this too may well be an act. The playful and sinister Harlequins of the Frozen Stars have an irrepressible sense of humor, striking their foes wherever, whenever, and however will yield the greatest and grisliest amusement. These Eldari hold a great hope that their race will one day have a resurgence, and fight continuously to bring this about. Following visions their shadow seers have gleaned from a tangle of potential futures. The mirth of Frozen Star Harlequins is swift to turn cruel and malevolent. They see all other races as vermin and fight furiously to defend the maiden worlds throughout the eastern fringe. The Harlequins of the Soaring Spite base their entire existence on the tales of the cosmic serpent's brood. Masters of aerial warfare, when they take to the battlefield, every one of their number is mounted with an anti-grav transport or pilots a jet bike or gunship. Those of this grand mask share a natural bond with the Asurnyani of Siam-Han, and their exploits are almost enormously popular in the arenas of Kamarog. Since the Dothian opened, Soaring Spite players have brought together great airborne hosts of jet bikes, flyers, and anti-grav tanks from across Eldari society. The Dreaming Shadow see it as their solemn duty to prevent the rebirth of the Necron Empire. Some amongst the other Grand Masks resent them for this focus, seeing it as a distraction from the war with She Who Thirsts. But this only bonds the Dreaming Shadow together even more. Harlequins of this Grand Mask spend more time in battle than in performance, creating spectacles for other Eldari only when they need to recruit. They will gladly take even unwilling candidates into their struggle to ensure that the dead stay dead and that the slumbering never wake. Few Grand Masks are as sinister and unsettling as the Silent Shroud. Its warrior performers fight without uttering a sound. Even their weapons are muffled through esoteric technologies. Everything Silent Shroud Harlequins do is cloaked in secrecy and stealth. They appear from nowhere to conduct impromptu performances or strike the foe. They fight in such perfect concert that some Eldari attribute this to more than skill, speculating that those of the Silent Shroud use elaborate neurotechnology, or even that they are nothing more than ghosts of the webway trapped in mortal raiment. The masks of the Harlequins are a spectacular sight on the battlefield. Their players and vehicles garbed in kaleidoscopic combinations of pattern and color. Though different Harlequin masks usually set themselves apart with their own unified liveries, how these are displayed can vary from Harlequin to Harlequin and from vehicle to vehicle. For example, Harlequins of the Grand Mask of the Midnight Sorrow typically adopt blacks and deep purples as their primary colors, alongside diamond patterns of crimson and cyan. They may wear these patterns on a single limb of their clothing, on both legs, on both arms, or in a quartered or halved fashion. When such warriors race across the battlefield together, these vivid costume choices combine with the effects of their hollow suits to make it all but impossible for foes to pick them out as clear targets. Some Harlequin forces also use a variety of different symbols and iconography to identify their various troops and vehicles, dictated as much by their individual aesthetic preferences as by any tactical benefits on the battlefield. Diamonds, triangles, and arrows are often favored as distinguishing devices on vehicles and form part of a runic numerical system stretching back thousands of years. Similar markings can also be found upon the raiment of many players, who will sometimes use them to identify which troop they belong to. In this way, some Harlequins choose to signify whether they fight within troops of the light, the dark, or the twilight. The Black Library. Resembling a huge, impossible craft world, the Black Library houses much of the Eldari's most precious knowledge. The lore kept safe in this unfathomable structure includes everything the Eldari know of chaos and the warp, as well as information on the nature of psychic power collected by other races. Such is the extent of the secrets kept within it that the origin tale of chaos itself is but a mere fragment. Unlike the craft worlds of the Asuryani, the Black Library can only exist within the labyrinthian dimension of the webway. Inside, it is a place of winding corridors, starlit chambers, and shadow-droned obulettes. Its hidden entrances are warded by veils of riddle and illusion, as well as dread guardians whose very nature many Eldari do not comprehend. However, the Black Library's primary defenders are the Harlequins. In this role, the warriors of the Laughing God must be eternally vigilant, for countless evil forces desire the Black Library's contents for themselves. Grimoires of dark magic, records of chaos cults, moonthorn caskets imprisoning demonic artifacts, ancient blades and alien skulls have all been coveted by demon hosts, imperial inquisitors, Drukhari archons, and Necron overlords. For all its defenses, the Black Library's boundaries have been breached on occasion. In recent years, the notorious sorcerer Ahriman of the Thousand Suns achieved such a feat, taking items of precious knowledge for his own secretive purposes. The Harlequins at war. Choreographers of conflict, troop masters direct their comrades' reactions to the fates of battle and ensure their performance in the theater of war is as perfect as it can be. They are blisteringly swift and deadly warriors, and with the consent of their peers, they act as focal points of their troops. Shadow seers can blind their enemies and drive them mad with psychic powers. As they shield their allies with veils of illusion, they fire hallucinogenic payloads from their grenade launchers that can cause disorientation or death. In close combat, Shadow Seers crush bones with strikes from their mist staves, which also scramble the perceptions of those hit. The players of Harlequin troops perform with breathtaking skills. Whether their stage is a wraithbone and glass amphitheater bathed in crystalline light, or the firelit hell of the battlefield, they tumble, sprint, and leap with a beautiful agility. Every squeeze of the trigger and slash of a blade bringing death to the enemy. The arrival of a death jester upon the battlefield is announced by a hissing storm of shrieker cannon fire. Enemy infantry are torn apart in sprays of blood and scalded flesh as the weapon's gene toxins cause them to combust horrifically from within. Adding insult to injury, the Death Jester ensures every demise is as cruelly ironic as possible. Solitaires are the equal of a host of lesser warriors and can move at speeds the naked eye cannot follow. In combat, their scything kicks and hammer blow punches come so fast their foes are dead before they know they are in a fight. They sever heads, open throats, and pierce hearts in a rapid blur of movement, and cause blood to fall like monsoon rain. Sky Weavers shoot through the air in a prismatic storm of hallucinatory color and light, while the riders, known as Skyborn Princes, pilot each jet bike and operate its guns. Those called Great Falcons ride pillion, poised to cut down the foe with their star bolas, or bisect them with their sweeping zephyr glaives. The Void Weaver's potent combination of versatile weapons, lightweight psychoplastic armor, hypervelocity, and polychromatic camouflage make them exceptionally dangerous attack craft. A full squadron of Void Reavers can rip apart an enemy battle tank or slaughter whole squads of infantry when carrying out their devastating ambushes. Star Weavers are agile and nimble anti-grav transport craft swoop and spiral effortlessly through incoming fire, their flickering hollow fields giving them polychromatic camouflage. Armed with multiple heavy weapons, they provide great volumes of supporting fire for the troops they carry, scything down the foe with withering hails of shurikens.